placement things, just clearing out some clutter on some of these maps, making sure everything looks good. Should probably delete this map. I don't think I need this map anymore unless you guys plan. Just out of curiosity, you guys wouldn't happen to have any plans in the near future to be storming a thieves guild of were-rats and were-boars by any chance, right?
Probably not.
No?
Maybe.
Cool.
At least as long as
I think
I'm
we
the
learned our lesson
captain.
last time.
We're stronger now, so we can take them better.
Yeah, but it's also a bigger hideout and there's a lot more of them.
Plus, we did finally have some peace and not exactly one.
I asked because I still have the guild hideout map, and I'm like, do I need this? I don't think I need this. I'm gonna delete that map, so I get rid of some of the clutter. Keep those. We have to keep that one down. We're about to go into some shit. I don't have a map for that, but I don't think I will. If not, then just make it up as we go. I'm sure if push comes to shove, I can just slap together some crazy maps.
I just spread the love throughout
Shouldn't need
Discord.
You never know.
I'm pretty sure no one's going to know this, but I don't care.
Move alternative clear. So, roll clear. Are you not properly clearing? There it goes. I was about to say, it's like you will fucking clear when I tell you to, damn you. I will not be ignored.
Yes, you will.
Blasted technological motherfucker. Put that right there. Alrighty. Any questions, comments, or concerns that we need to go over before we get started, gentlemen?
Just to clarify, is Creed going to show up on this map screen, or?
I do not believe so. I believe Daniel Creed has narratively left the game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he
left the
did,
game, so
right.
he's pretty much taking over all the
Daniel will instead be taking the position of one of a assortment of different NPC crewmen that he has designed in the between sessions. They will be level 5, and they will act as... He will essentially play your NPCs for this session, and any other session that he may be able to attend to in the future.
Well, that doesn't seem right.
Which one of the 3 he is picking, I do not know, because he has not told me exactly which one he's going to play.
It looks like initiative switched from intelligence to dexterity again.
That usually happens when you level up or values get changed and whatnot. Let me see your thing here. Your dexterity is 13 with the +1 modifier. I can go in here and go 1.13. And we can check, make sure yours is right. See, Captain Torres, yours is also going to be 1.13. That is now correct, yep. Arkansas Foreign.
It's correct.
To yours, it should be 2.14.
And it is.
Good. Say again?
It is 2.14, so it's correct. Mine is correct.
All right. Try it now, Kiri. It should be working now. .13. Excellent. And Captain Torgs, you should be rolling with advantage. Yep, that's working right.
Alright, let me try again, Tom.
No, it's working correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's an option you can actually set up initiative to actually roll 2d20 and take the higher result. So you can actually set it to roll with advantage. And because you're a barbarian, you always roll with advantage on your initiative. Unless, I think there's a few circumstances where you don't, but I don't foresee most of those coming up. You're too in tune to your natural surroundings. But anyway, any questions, comments, concerns from anyone else before we get started?
Outside of being scared that we might die again.
Yeah, but unfortunately, but at this point, I think we're getting used to it after several sessions. The captain sent
When
you
you
to,
die so much, you just kind of go, eh.
the captain sent you to a death pit, and somehow we survive. We come out on the other side of it.
Yep. Thankfully, I was able to forget my trauma from last session until I remembered it.
Before we continue on, though, let's go ahead and switch to this map real quick. I believe there's some administrative work that needs to be decided upon, dear Captain. As your first mate has vacated his position on the ship, temporary or permanent, no one can know for certain. You will need to rearrange some positioning. I've given you guys a bunch of information on your different NPCs, and you of course know your characters well enough, so you know who is best suited for what role. Depending on what you want. So just to make sure that we're all on the same page, who is currently the first mate, dear Captain?
That will be easier. Archangel Lanforan.
Archangel Lanforan promoted from quartermaster to first mate.
Congratulations.
Hooray!
One step closer.
The core master is one that's tricky to, and well, had other real life issues I have to deal with most for the last 2 weeks. So, let's see now. Quick, anyone got any other tips?
I would nominate Sariel.
Sariel?
For quartermaster.
The mind flayer that's pretty new to the crew?
Good point.
How about somebody who actually deals with the supplies more often? Bosun Ryota.
Yeah.
That is true. Vola also is quite capable of handling your ship, as she typically does when you're not around anyway.
That's a very good point.
Vola would also make as well an excellent first mate if Argus Lanforan decided to not be the first mate. Because as it currently stands, the way you guys have divided responsibilities, because quartermaster and first mate, while we do see it as second and third positions, they are essentially the same position of authority. Most ships won't even have a first mate because they're not large enough to warrant such upper management requirements. Usually they work with just a quartermaster. But the way you guys have currently divided the responsibilities is the first mate tends to handle human resources, essentially. They handle crew discipline, managing the crew, finances of crew payment and whatnot, whereas the quartermaster has been the one who has overseen the intake and outtake of supplies, the security of said supplies and cargo, and things of that nature. usually the bosun is the one that works directly with them. Bosun being the one who handles the day-to-day stuff and the ship maintenance.
So we have 2 people that could go for first mate if need be.
Yeah, and you have 2 people that can also do quartermaster.
Quartermaster, sorry. I'm not going to die. I'm not going to die Jim Pan's promotion unless he doesn't want it.
I'm simply pointing out that these are options. Because you can also just change what it is that the responsibilities of the first mate and quartermaster is. So you can also just do that. Entirely up to you.
We just swap the title of the responsibility. So the first mate does the quartermaster stuff, and the quartermaster does the first mate stuff.
Yeah, because one of the things that you guys know, Vola can handle the crew. Like like I said, when you guys aren't around, well, technically, the bosun would be the one in charge when you guys aren't around. Most people look to Vola when you guys aren't around because her and Ryota have a way of working together to where he usually is focused more on the ship maintenance stuff, and she handles Isiel for first mate.
Yeah, Isiel, a very good idea. We might not have a ship by the time we get back.
Because I will remind you that Bosun Ryota, for reasons beyond your knowledge, because you never asked, does not talk. And typically, when it comes to running things in a more emergent situation, you need someone that not only has the experience of leading, but also has the ability to command and communicate quickly and effectively.
So,
Vola, being a hobgoblin, is from a society that values militaristic skill and leadership. So she has not only been trained how to kill someone with any possible means at her disposal, but she has been educated as well as experienced battlefield combat and has led men in battle. Because that is what hobgoblins do.
All right. Saying one of the jokes, I think Vola might be. I think we safe to say Vola would be the new not first mate, quartermaster. Yeah. Oh yeah. So you already put there.
Yeah, I was sliding her over. Now, who would you like to handle? If anyone, who would you like to be handling the port side guns as one of your cannoneers? Because your NPCs cannot take more than one role.
I would vote for Creve.
The Dragonborn?
Yes.
I mean, if anybody knows explosions, fire, and gunpowder, it would definitely be the red Dragonborn sorcerer, who specializes in flame.
Any objections?
I don't have any interruptions.
Okay. So he will be in command of the port side guns.
Congratulations. Next service, Creve, you've been promoted.
He puffs up his chest and he goes, "Excellent. I will not fail." As for our good friend Sariel, based on the way you guys have been using her, I think a new role will need to be created just for her.
Yeah, she doesn't really fit any rules, but she is like a specialist. I just can't define what the specialist role is. If I could think of
Master Interrogator.
Enhanced interrogation, Master.
Or Inquisitor or Investigator.
Yeah.
Chief of Security.
Yes.
Like I'm pretty sure Drusilla's chief of security.
During the night.
Drusilla handles the night watch. She's also the cook. But if you guys come up with a more fancier title for her, we can just go with this for now.
Alright, Master Interrogator to create a more fancier title, if you will.
Yeah. But as it stands, we currently have the captain, as Captain Torg. The first mate, newly promoted, Arcanist Lenforan, who is maintaining her position as Arcanist as well. We have the quartermaster, newly upgraded, Vola. We have the ship surgeon, Dr. Leibowitz, and the field medic, Dr. Ice, who is also taking a position as an Arcanist. The bosun is still Bosun Ryota. Helmsman is your bugbear ranger Nezor. The master gunner is also fielded by our Captain Torg, and he commands the starboard guns, which are the guns on the right side if you're looking to the front of the ship from the wheel. And the port side guns are commanded by one of your cannoneers, newly promoted, Norixis Krieve, with additional cannoneers as needed, being your Songbird Sisters and Master Stone, or Mr. Stone, however you want to address him. You have Drusilla, who is your ship cook and handles the night watch, and then you have Iziel, who almost never sleeps because he's constantly doing shit, because that is what gnolls are. There are constant hunger and activity and bloodlust. He runs around and hunts rats. And then you have Sariel, your mind flayer, who's very good at prying information from a person's mind, both figuratively and literally.
And I just thought something funny. Right where kids got up to get his blanket, I turned on my air conditioner. We can always trade rubbers, Killy.
Yeah, we can always trade temperatures. This is hotter than Satan's ass over here. But any comments, questions, concerns, objections to the establishment of the ship positioning?
Nothing I can really think of.
I am cool.
All right, let's go ahead and switch back to here. Daniel, do you already have a token for your character? Let me go ahead and make you a character sheet so you can actually drop your token onto the thing.
Well, no, I don't have a token.
Okay.
But I wasn't going to worry with the token because it wasn't going to be something that was going to exist too long.
In that case, I can just pull out a generic token that I have off to the side.
Yes, because there ain't no reason to do it too greatly.
And your generic token will be
That's
a quarter.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Pirates.
So,
Let's see. He's an archer, isn't he?
to the two who have not voted, do they wish to choose a class?
I am your dungeon master, so I shall take it. So I shall be impartial.
That's why I've
I placed my vote in the chat.
Yeah. And if it isn't chosen, they don't vote, he will win by a unanimous victory of his own.
Rob Roberts, right?
Yes.
The arcane archer, isn't he?
Yes.
Cool. Let's go with this one. Yeah.
I saw it for a second, and now it's in the darkness.
Oh, I moved it out of your view.
Yep.
Let's see. Controllable by Daniel. Edit. See and edit. Visible to everyone. See and edit. Visible to everyone. He is human, correct?
Yes.
So he does not have dark vision. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
So he's like someone else who doesn't have dark vision.
Yep. Let's see. Has vision, but does not have night vision. Would Rob Roberts be carrying a light source?
He has the ability to carry it, but he would not actively carry it yet.
Let me put it this way. You guys are traveling through the woods in the dark. Who, if anyone, was holding a light source?
I'm holding a lantern.
You have a lantern?
Yes.
I mark that on your sheet. Let me make sure.
Yeah, hooded lantern.
Token.
Rob probably wouldn't be holding a light source if he's wielding his bow.
Okay, I see it. Bright
There's,
light and low light, 30 feet is what I have here on your token, Kiri. So yeah, you
Yep.
are emitting light. Roberts is not emitting
I
any light.
haven't read anything that says you can't like attach a hooded lantern to like your waist or something.
I mean, yeah, you can. I need to know who was holding the light source because I have to set that in as a option in the token. Otherwise, he wouldn't. Otherwise, you won't emit any light, and therefore you cannot see. Alrighty. There you go, Daniel. You should have control of that token now, and you can edit it, its name and its hit points and armor class and all that jazz that we normally do on all the other character tokens. I'll let you go ahead and take care of that for now. We'll go ahead and add you into the initiative as well. So you may edit your initiative whenever you get ready. You won't have any macros in Roll20, but of course you roll off of your D&D Beyond account, so it's no big deal.
I just gotta find his token.
Oh, sorry. Right there. See it?
No, because it's all dark, but I'm assuming it's right in that area.
You should be able to see it. I gave you permission of it. Oh, apparently I didn't. I thought I did. Let me try that again.
I mean, I'm not doubting you gave me permission. I just couldn't see it to confirm it.
Apparently, no, I didn't because it didn't save all the fucking changes I just did to it. Piece of garbage. Pissing me off.
I mean, if all else failed,
Technology.
there we go. I can see shit.
And now you should be able to see because now I made sure that it saved.
Rob. Let's go.
There. Now you should be able to edit it. All right. Now, before we get started, the Dice of Destiny! Well, tell us what happened last time. Captain Torg, you have been chosen by the Dice of Destiny. Regale us with an epic tale of what happened last time. And last we left our heroes.
Let me see if I can remember. Because I was trying to remember myself. I know that we
I'll tell you what.
Huh?
I'll tell you what. Because it has been a whole month since we last played, since we skipped one session, I'll let all four of you contribute to this recap as you guys see fit.
All right, we
May continue.
Then I will start this off since it will be my last one.
Alrighty.
And I will at least explain what happened. Then Creed came in and chasing down the crew into a new house where things had went wrong a few sessions before. But in there were horrid abominations and a summoning of a goo monster of eldritch horrorness. But with his patron and almost at divinity level has smote his enemy down and dragging it into the sea with just the single tentacle of it. In doing so, Creed has started a small cult in the town and has gained a new member amongst the followers of the ship, his newest brethren, Captain Tur. But as in doing so, he has been requested to go train so his patron can use him better. So he has stepped away from his duties and with the promise that one day he would return. And the captain
On the third day, look to the east.
and the captain will enjoy his new position as in the Brotherhood.
Assuming we survived this battle.
You will, and you will like it.
You will.
No, I would like surviving. Alright, so that's a part I remember. We went to a house, eventually ran to a freaking Eldritch Abomination, which obviously we have no skill for.
Except there was one. I managed to make use of spiders. Not quite
as a blockade while we ran for our freaking lives.
Ain't monkeys, it's spider monkeys, and if it ain't spider monkeys, it's spiders. He's got a theme going.
Unfortunately, the captain has a little bit of a heart. He decided to put himself in a way for Dr. Ice and Sario to get away, but he gets captured. And as our first mate over there, I can't point that finger out what my camera says. Like our first mate over there says, I had to pray to his god. Pretty much
God.
Oh God, you must work with
It's a very powerful primordial being.
a powerful primordial being, so I could get out alive or die, because even the mighty Captain Cord can't fight an Eldritch Abomination. We ran to the sea where a freaking sea monster attacked another sea monster and pretty much killed it. With everything settled, we shook the Hag Captain's hand, paid off our debt to Lady Blightwood, who's not going to send assassins after us anymore. And now I'm trying to figure out why we're down. And now we're trying to figure out why we're down here.
I'm pretty sure I explained that it was something I needed to do in order to pay off a bit of my debt to the Green Map.
It was.
You owe quite a few favors.
Well, Carrie can explain that half of the story.
Yeah. Carrie, why is Yaku in the middle of the forest outside the city getting attacked by more aberrations?
Well, I basically explained that I owed a debt to Queen Mab, and that was around the time when I made that really stupid multiple debts.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah,
you're racking up quite the billing list to her.
Yep, and this was like you recall that time when I disappeared. Well, that was one time when my body was possessed, and I ended up getting this lockbox, and I have to deliver this lockbox to this glade, but we have to first clear it out. And I requested that please help me. I don't want to die. And I basically explained then the 3 rules of hospitality: reciprocity, ownership, and hospitality.
Just remember, if you don't want to die, come join the Brotherhood of the Tentacles.
Just so you gentlemen know, it's pronounced reciprocity.
Reciprocity.
The act of getting being rewarded or returned your level of kindness or gifts. In other words, if someone gives you a gift, you are to return it with something of equal value.
Mm-hmm.
Not doing so is considered a big fucking deal in the Feywild. Which is why you never should accept gifts from Fey ever.
Yep. So,
but also not accepting a gift can also be considered rude, which breaks the rule of hospitality.
Mm-hmm.
Because guests should not be rude to their host. And don't take shit don't belong to you.
Exactly.
Of ownership. Because doing so will piss off some Fey, and then they can do things to you. Essentially, failure to uphold these 3 rules makes you fair game for any kind of retribution that any Fey may decide to visit upon you. and many of them are just waiting for you to fuck up and break one of these rules.
Yep.
Because once you break the rule, then all bets are off. They can do whatever they want to at that point.
Basically, this was it. These were the rules I explained.
Yeah. And then there's like other like ideas and understanding about like what they are, what they can and can't do, as well as ways of dealing or interacting with them.
Yep, such as don't give me your true name. Instead, say you may call me such and such, as long as it's not your real name, because you're actually being truthful.
Yeah, Fae don't like liars. Speaking of liars, Kiri, do you remember what a Fae are required to do? Or rather, what they cannot do?
Etiquette.
They cannot lie.
They cannot lie.
Yeah. Which is also why they hate liars. This isn't like, and that's not like a rule. That's a natural law that they are bound by. They literally cannot lie.
They are very good at manipulating language to still be
Yes,
truthful.
they are tricksters. They're not obligated to tell the truth. They just can't lie. There's a difference.
They could just choose to not say anything.
Yeah, they can be all mysterious, or they can make statements that you infer incorrect information because they didn't tell you the wrong information. You just assumed the wrong information because they didn't give you the whole truth.
And the question is this: when they get telling you something, are they telling you it's expected by the letter of what they're saying, or by the spirit of what they're saying?
Or both, or neither. They are tricky. I've been doing a lot of research on them recently for this. Now, before we can worry about getting to the Fae, however, you have some nonsense that you have to deal with first. Yeah. Go ahead. First one up in the initiative order is a good buddy, the Gibbering Mouther. That makes one bite attack, and if it can, uses its blinding spittle. It's going to use its blinding spittle on chemical glob at a point it can see within 15 feet. The glob explodes in a blinding flash of light. On impact, you trigger within 5 feet. What you're going to do within 5 feet? Oh, I forgot Twilight Bell to roll. Oh, never mind. She gets to go first. Because she rolled way better. Yes, your little fairy person is also participating. What the fuck does she do again? I have not looked at her stat sheet in a while. What do you do? Ah, that's what you can do. Well, I think she's going to cast Dancing Lights to help you guys out. Yay! What are you going to do? Yeah, there it goes. A bunch of globules. Scroll down here. Templates. Spheres. Light. Let's see, how big are these globules? They're not that big. I think they're smaller than that. 2-4, torch size, lights within range. So I shall make them smaller. Yeah. But we'll still use this little orb thing. Concentration. And mark that she's concentrating. Making them appear as torches, lanterns, and glowing orbs that hover in the air. You can also combine the four. Whatever form, each light sheds dim light in a 10-foot radius. 10 light in a 10-foot radius. Nope, that's my light. Dim light. 10-foot radius. As a bonus action on your turn, you can move the lights up to 60 feet to a new spot within range. The light must be within 20 feet of another light created by the spell, and a light moves out if it extends the spell's range, or exceeds the spell's range. So she can make 4 of these. Range of the spell is 120 feet, but each orb has to be within 20 feet of another orb. So she'll... I just put that on top of her so I can just gauge things here. She'll put one right here. One right here. And here. And fuck it, right there. It's dim light, but actually, put it right here. And here. So, for those of you who can't see in the dark, it's a little bit hard. It's still a little hard to see it, but you now can actually see where the monster is, or at least one of them is. And then she can just move those around as time goes on. That is her action. She's like, I'm helpful. And then she'll go... for speed. Fly at 30 feet. Zoom! Can fly over here. Buzz. Okay. Light winks out if it exceeds the spell's range. Actually, so now she can't move too far away. We're back over here. Okay, she'll move over here. I don't care. And now the Gibbering Mouthers will do its thing. It's going to attempt to blind the shit out of... Evens odds. I'll go some for it. There. I would like you to make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Okay. What? Dex.
Yes, dexterity, if you will, please.
12.
Not enough! You needed a 13. So it begins.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You are currently blinded, my friend. You're blinded until the end of the Mouther's next turn. So keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
And then it will go... Blah, 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 blah. Wait, now what's your speed? Fast these fucking things move?
Not fast if memory serves.
You have a speed of 10. Blah, 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 blah. And then it will try and bite you, Ty.
Oh boy.
18 to hit!
That actually hits.
21 piercing damage.
God damn.
If the target is medium or smaller, it must exceed a strength saving throw. Roll me a strength saving throw, please.
Here's a tip. I can't exactly access my what's it called anymore.
Can't access your what?
Those 3 boards that pop up so I can adjust my hit points instead of going to my sheet and adjust it manually.
That's weird. Have you...
Are you clicking? Do you have the right icon thingy selected, like the mouse instead of like the ruler?
That is true. Do you have the mouse pointer selected as your tool?
Let me leave more strength saving throw with try to fix that a little later. So.
May get another one of your tokens, see if that is really made.
And that joke image I put in the chat, it really does seem to be working.
Okay. No. I see what's going on. You don't have permission to edit this fucking token because I forgot to set it to where you had permission to edit this fucking token when I last edited the token, I guess. I don't know. Let me fix that for you there, Ty.
Much better.
Now you should be able to edit your hit points from your token as you should have been able to from the first place. It should all be fixed correctly. It's a black X drawing on the map.
That's me. I'm just plotting out my turn.
Okay. I was wondering if I saw this drawing. I'm like, the fuck is this? Somebody plotting against me.
Is this spot where you dig for buried treasure?
In addition to that globule monster, my good friend Ty, another one drops down from the tree nearby.
Of course.
And will dash to here.
I think you already know my strategy by now, and make sure I don't execute it.
Roberts, you had the honor of being selected to accompany the senior staff of the Stormbreaker to do God knows what. They didn't fucking tell you. You don't need to know. You just know how to follow orders like a good sailor. And all these weird glob monsters that I will remind you, gentlemen, look like this nightmare fuel, started popping out of nowhere and is attacking your captain. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna move to there. 2 shots with a bow. 20 for 4 damage and 16 for 6 damage.
The one closest to you?
Huh? This one here.
The one closest to you?
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, both of those hit.
For a total of 10 damage.
Yep. Make sure that he doesn't have resistance to any of the weird nonsense. Nope. No, he
It's
doesn't.
thing on me right now.
Alright, is that all from you, my friend?
For now, yes.
Excellent. Captain Torg.
Given
Your
the
turn.
fact that these evil creatures of evil is not exactly something I can fight at close rank range, I'm actually going. Huh?
Sorry. When you started your turn, I forgot. There's a couple things that happened. First, their gibbering aura and their aberrant ground aura. Let's do the gibbering aura first. Let's do the aberrant ground aura first. Actually, the ground in 10-foot radius around the Mouther is dough-like, difficult terrain. Each creature that starts its turn in the area must succeed on a DC 10 strength saving throw, or have its speed reduced to 0 to the start of its next turn. I need 2 strength saves from you for both of them.
Do you roll this with advantage, Ty?
He has not started raging yet. So
I'm not starting raging yet. Remember,
Okay,
it's my
this
first
happens
turn.
at the start of his turn.
Remember,
so he
it's my
hasn't had a
first.
chance to rage.
Remember, it's my first turn. I won't have a rage if I ever want to.
Okay, so you haven't had a chance to snap into the Slim Jim.
No.
Not yet, no. You passed both of them. Congratulations. Next, the gibbering. The Mouther babbles incoherently while it can see any creature and is incapacitated. Each creature that starts its turn within 20 feet of the Mouther and can hear the gibbering will succeed on a DC 10 Wisdom saving throw. I need 2 Wisdom saves.
Of course.
On a failure, the creature can't take reactions to the start of its next turn and rolls a d8 to determine what it does during its turn.
I just picture it's like an auction speaker speaking at like 30 times normal speaking speed.
Imagine a lot of crazy people saying a lot of crazy things all simultaneously in that volume it's loud enough to know someone is talking, but too quiet to know what they're saying. So it's,
oh, you gotta be kidding me! Both of them?
Cool, so you failed at least one of them. Roll me a d8 to see what happens.
Hopefully the plan that I was really going to anyway, which was run the hell away so I could fight in a long distance.
Theoretically, you might get that as an option.
Let's see, you got a 3. On a 1 to 3, the creature does nothing. You have this incessant gibbering entering your mind, or Captain Tor, you have this incessant gibbering enter into your mind, and it blocks out all coherent thought. The only thing you can think is, oh God, make it stop. Please, God, make it stop.
Oh boy.
And your turn is passed. Unfortunately.
Motherfucker.
I'm sorry.
Alright.
The idea was...
Level 10, what do you want from me? You shouldn't fucking fail this shit.
I know. I'll tell you the idea was...
You're killing me.
The idea was, hey, I remember this creatures now. They're not so good at long range, so I'm not going to race the race. I'm just going to back off and start shooting these motherfuckers. I can't even do that.
Okay.
Well, sorry, but game said nah. Dr. Ice, since you're outside, what would you like to do?
I'm going to do something I haven't been able to do for a very long time. Something I legitimately forgot I could do. I'm going to take to the sky. I'm going to go to an elevation of 30 feet.
Ooh. Okay.
Move to here. So remember, I'm 30 feet in the air, so I should not be affected. Well, obviously won't be affected by the ground terrain, but I think I'm also out of range of the gibbering stuff.
As far as you know.
Alrighty. So
fall from the ceiling, throw you.
And produce flame against this one.
Okay. Almost 30 feet. Cool. Oh, hey, a critical hit. That's great. That's 18 points of damage. That's pretty good.
Nice.
And
You summon flame into your hands and just and fling it at it. Just, it doesn't like that. It didn't enjoy that at all.
I can't imagine being on fire. That fire isn't really
Having
good,
some
does it?
asshole summon a ball of fire and literally throw it at you, yeah, I don't think most creatures would have a fun time with that.
And that will be my turn. And action. You know what? Bonus action. I'll give the captain 2 HP, 2 hit die.
To your healing pool thing.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll them. I believe he gets whatever you roll plus 1 temp HP per dice.
Yes, and it was. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was a D6.
All of the ones you call traders. So a 4 and a 6. I regain 10 HP and gain 2 temporary hit points. Is that all for you, Dr. Ice?
That is all.
Arcanus Lanfara.
I would try to move back. And back.
I can't see.
Oh yeah, that's what that symbol was.
And I would try to
Fireball.
at least blast.
Alright, just so you know, because you are blind, you are rolling with disadvantage because you cannot see your target.
No.
Okay, just so you're aware.
Oh no.
Go ahead and continue your turn.
1. 2.
Impressive shooting for someone who's blind. That's another 10 damage. Despite being blind or foreign, you can still vaguely hear loud enough the gibbering nonsense that they make. You can kind of guesstimate where they are, and you're confident that if your crew's in the way, they'll fucking move. And use Dark Blasting. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn, Argus? I'm fine.
No,
No.
I'm done.
Twilight Bell. Twilight Bell. Twilight Bell. What can you do, Twilight Bell? She's gonna go, and she's gonna pull out her little short bow and go. Blink. Hits it with a 19 and does a whole 1 damage.
Ooh, but what about con save? Or was
She was using special arrows, so she was not. She was just using her little toothpick arrows.
Okay.
And then she'll use her bonus action to do this. Jimmering Mouthers go. They're going to start biting the shit out of you, Ty. First, we're going to see if this guy recharges his Blinding Spittle. He does not. So, bite. 14 and 17. I don't think...
17 hits, 14 doesn't.
Yeah, I was about to say this. I think the 17 hits. 18 points of damage to you, good sir, and I need another strength save. And when you get a chance, I need you to also make me a dexterity saving throw. If I'm not mistaken, you have advantage on dexterity saving throws due to the fact that you are a barbarian. Do you not?
I believe so. Either way, it's still 16.
That's pretty good. Danger sense. Give you an edge. You have advantage on dexterity saving throws against effects that you can see. Yeah. I was just curious. I had to make sure. One of them tried to do a blinding spittle attack against you because one of them did have it available, and you succeeded. Unlike your Arcanist, who is blind as a bat. Blinded by the spirit light. And let's see, this one will dash. There. This one will go. There.
Another one.
This one will go. There. This one will go. There. Wonder how many of you actually see what's happening around you. It's so interesting.
1, 2.
I love dynamic lighting.
I think the captain probably sees.
I count 8.
Captain ain't
Dude, I can see it.
I can see as far as the dim light lets me see.
There is the large pool Fey crossing thing in the middle of the lake that does emanate light as well. It emanates a small, dim blue light, which I'm sure most of you can see.
Mm-hmm.
Rob Roberts, tis your turn.
Moving to there. 2 shots again.
target?
This target here.
Okay.
First shot is a 25 to hit.
25 will hit. How much
Is that a
damage?
crit?
No. 7 damage.
Alright.
The second shot is an 11 to hit
That hits.
for 10 damage.
Alrighty. Shockingly, the giant goo monster things are not hard to hit. They don't really try to dodge, and they're not very hard. They're a little squishy. Is that all for you, Rob?
Yes.
Excellent. Captain Torn. I need 2 strength saves and 2 wisdom saves.
Let's pray for me.
Yay! You didn't fail the strength save, so you have freedom. You have plenty of freedom to move. Let's see about those wisdom saves, though. Hey, you get to actually take a turn. Did you die?
Don't worry, if it came to that, I had an ability to get you out of there, Captain.
No, because I'm getting out of it myself.
Don't forget to step into the Slim Jim.
Well, I'm not finding these things close range.
Cool. That will take 2 op attacks, just so you're aware.
Motherfucker, huh?
Disengage.
Disengage.
You want to burn your action, disengage.
Yeah, disengage.
That's good, because one of them was a crit.
Yeah, disengage and just back off for now, and
15, 20. You can still keep moving. I think you only move like 20 feet. You have a speed of 40, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, I want to at least have him within gun range. So I think that's.
I mean, they're definitely in gun range. I believe the gun has pretty good fucking range, so they're not going to be outside your range anytime soon.
Yeah, so I'll just hit here next to Rob. Hey, Rob, enjoying this adventure yet? as I pull out my pistols.
Mr. Roberts! Mr. Roberts, are you having a good time? I'm having a great time, Captain! You draw your pistols. You got like the bandolier, so you're like...
Like, normally your captain would be raging and beating the hell out of people while dripping nonsense. These people, I can't do that to.
I mean, you can. You just... there's a chance that you just stop doing shit. And it's hilarious, given the fact that it's a DC 10 to fail, and you guys are level 10, so you should be nearly impossible for you to fail. And yet... It is you, dumb fucks.
Yeah, but you love us, dumb fucks.
I love my dumb fucks.
You know what? Let's see about maybe getting rid of a few things as quickly as possible. Okay, what exactly is the range
As
on
a
that?
minor reminder here, your fly speed is 50, so you can move a lot faster out here in the open than you normally do. Because you have a 25 movement speed for walking, but for flying, it's 50. So you move double your ground speed in the air.
Alright.
You are the fastest flyer. You are born to be in the air.
Alright, let's move myself back down to here, because that was where I had the best tactical advantage.
One of the things I will point out, I see you looking at the description for both Moonbeam and Cone of Cold. Moonbeam sticks around for multiple rounds, and you can move it around. So like just like the kid with the magnifying glass on the anthill, just
Yep,
whereas Cone of Cold only fires off once.
but it could theoretically wipe out most of these, or at least severely injure.
That depends on how much damage you do and how many you can catch in one shot.
Good point. Alright, so let's get the movement
One of the things I will tell you, a little metagame here, but typically creatures with low armor class tend to have very high hit points.
Yeah. Moonbeam!
Moonbeam. Do you have a template, or shall I pull one out?
Just to make sure this...
This is the radius.
Thought
Feet.
let's do is a level 3. Let's see. For that, I need a 5-foot radius.
5-foot radius, 4 feet high.
Helps if I'm looking at spheres and not cubes.
Yeah, I got you. I got it right here. Here's your 5-foot radius. Actually, you know what? Let's use a different color.
Yeah, so it doesn't get mixed up.
Yeah. Let's use magic instead of light.
All right. I get both of them, but at least I can get you.
Fill spell ends, dim light fills the cylinder. Cool. Normally, the fact that it has dim light would not matter, but in this circumstance, it does. I will give it a 5-foot dim light. Bloop. So it too emits light. Because in this situation, being able to emit light while in the fucking darkness is helpful for those of you who cannot see in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
Several seeds of moon seed plant and a piece of opalescent small. When the creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it is engulfed by the ghostly light. You said you cast it at a 3rd level?
Yes.
Cool. So when their turn comes up, make sure when you use the macro, you always use it at their level for the damage output. We will take care of that when we get there. Okay. Moonbeam! It's
Alright, so basically, like, when it comes next my turn, roll the damage again? Yeah.
No, when it comes to their turn. Because they don't take the damage now, they take the turn. They take the damage on their turn when they either enter it or they start their turn in.
Okay.
You casting it on top of them does not count as them entering things.
But it does count as them starting their turn on it.
When they start their turn, yes.
Excellent.
If something should move them ahead of time, what it is.
And for the final 10 feet of movement, move back just a little bit.
Okie dokie, is that all for you, my friend?
Captain, you're getting another 2.
Cool. Target is unfallen.
Here. And continue to blast him with.
This time, you can save.
So
Using 2 more of your pool, Ty, you gain 8 more hit points, and if you had lost your 2 temporary hit points, they would then be replaced with 2 more temp HP. As a reminder, temp HP does not stack, it is simply replaced, whichever one is higher, so you still only have 2 temp. But you have 8 more hit points total. So, hooray! As for Jimpan, an 11 and a 14 both hit, so you've done an additional 10 damage. Huzzah!
I'm done.
And you're done. Cool. Alright, Val, seeing all this nonsense, uses her action to activate her superior invisibility. And will turn invisible. Which means these lights blink, blink, bloop, and bloop disappear.
well, you still have me acting as the searchlight. And moving.
Yeah, right, you're like a little Chap with a spotlight. Whoa. See, that does take her action, yes. And yes, it does require concentration to maintain it. Actually turns invisible until her concentration ends as you enter the spell. But it is superior invisibility, so while she maintains concentration on it, she doesn't break her invisibility for doing shit. So huzzah for that. And she'll go. Brings us to the Gibbering Mouthers. One's going to start its turn inside your Moonbeam. Now, I have great news. Carrie, you don't even have to roll, because it has 1 fucking hit point.
Yes!
It dies. I'm going to roll this Gibbering Mouthers intelligence to see if it's smart enough to go around the Moonbeam or not. It's not.
Yes.
So go ahead and roll that damage as this one right here passes through it. As it goes. Boop, 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 boop.
So just roll it again from the sheet.
Yeah, roll your damage. Your 3d10, I think it is, because you cast it at 3rd level.
Yeah.
Go ahead and just roll your stuff. I believe it gets a con save too, doesn't it?
Spell description says con save.
Okay.
Either
Con
it
save
saves
for half
or
damage. See, it's aberration, so I don't think it has any special effect against it.
no.
It got a 22 on its con save.
Well, it takes 10
9.
points of damage. 9.
Yeah, 18 divided by 2 is 9. Because you round down, not up. So it just burns down into it. Just meanwhile, the other ones. Yes, this encounter is just so I can make funny sound effects.
So that's why I put in this encounter, just to make funny sound effects.
Now, yeah, it's totally not to kill you, or because it was thematically appropriate given the things happening in the background of your story. You guys are having your own adventure, but there's other events happening in the background that you guys may or may not be aware of. I don't know. I don't know how acute or intelligent you guys are, and whether or not you picked up on my subtlety or not. But hey, your shit's happening. So, yeah. Let's see. I believe they have to be. Yeah. None of them are close enough to spit flashbangs at you, so that would be their turn. Rob Roberts. It's your turn, good sir.
He will move to here.
Okie dokies.
He is going to target this one here.
Uh-huh.
Using the sharpshooter feat, which allows me to take a -5 penalty for +10 to hit.
Okay.
First strike is
3 plus 10 to damage, not to hit.
yes,
Yes.
a 13 to hit.
And the -5 was already factored in?
Yes,
13 will hit. How much damage do you do?
for 21 damage.
And that already accounts for the +10?
Yes.
So 21 damage. That was with one attack.
Okay,
It's still up, yeah.
up.
Oh yeah.
Second,
He seems to have a lot of hit points.
it still maintains the sharpshooter feat, or do I have to redeclare that each time?
What's
I
the
would
wording?
say just for simplicity's sake to declare that you're doing sharpshooter per attack. Just so that we're aware that you are taking a -5 to hit and you're doing a +10 to damage.
Sharpshooter again. A natural
Sharpshooter is really
20.
helpful when you're fighting against something with low armor class and high hit points.
A natural
What was it,
20.
All right. How much damage?
And damage is... There it is. It's finally coming out. 20 damage.
Nice. Despite playing a character 5 levels less than you guys, he is still very effective. Daniel knows how to fucking make a goddamn character.
We should make
Inspiration onto the table, just because, you know, even when half the fucking level of the rest of you, he is still like, I am still here. You will acknowledge my existence.
Acknowledgement granted.
We hereby acknowledge you. We see you. We know you. We love you.
We'll do a self-potato party if we survive this.
Guess who's not going to be scrubbing the bilge pumps later?
Hey, it's a party, doesn't mean it's a free party. Anyway, back up a couple inches. Well, you know what I mean. And aim for this jackass up here.
Okie dokies. First shot.
21 for 9. Second shot.
Alright.
23 for 7.
That'll be 6 if you remember correctly, because your second pistol is not magical.
Alright, yeah.
And the macro I made for you, because I was lazy, didn't want to make 2 macros for 2 separate pistols. One's a +1 magic weapon, the other one's not. So we just subtract 1 from attack and damage for your second shot.
Alright.
However, 6 is still pretty good. And does still hit. Doesn't kill it though, but it still hits.
And I guess that's my turn for now.
Okie dokies. Dr. Ice, 'tis your turn.
As my action, I shall move Moonbeam right on top of him,
Okay.
and this probably would have counted as like doing another action, but with an intelligence check, can I get an idea of like how intact this thing is? Like, is it like holding on by like just the
It looks
sinking?
like it's pretty fucked up, and it looks like it's kind of melting like weird candle wax.
Okay, so I think it might be dying soon. Okay,
Maybe.
and I shall move.
That is a reasonable assumption.
And I shall move to.
The glob monster is going from a glob monster to a liquid pool monster.
Yeah. And that is my turn.
Artisan Farn, it's your turn.
Okay.
Currently in your favor, gentlemen. The ball is in your cause.
I cast Storm Sphere.
Storm Sphere! That's, I have lightning spheres over here. What is the radius on that?
20.
20-foot radius? Boom. Where would you like it, my good friend?
I want it. Here.
Okie dokies.
I think you might be able to move it in order to get the other one.
He can't move it once it's placed, so wherever he puts it is where it is to stay.
Oh.
I'm thinking
It's
I'm
not like
on.
Moonbeam, you can't move it at will. It goes where it goes.
And man.
And some vision problems there.
Here.
Each creature in the sphere when it appears, or that ends its turn there, must succeed on a strength saving throw or take 2d6 bludgeoning damage. Sphere space and terrain. Spell ends. You can use a bonus action each of your turns to cause a bolt of lightning to leap from the center of the sphere toward one creature you choose. Okay, so it gets a dexterity. No, strength. Strength save. Okay.
Change. And just one.
Strength save. I got a 15. Does that beat your DC?
16. Oh no.
For some reason, I guess it didn't update the macro. We'll worry about it later. But yeah, your spell save is DC 16.
I see it say DC 16.
I mean, that's what it says on the sheet. For some reason, on the macro, it says 14, which is why it's a little weird. Again, we'll worry about it later, as long as we know what the number is. So it fails to save, so it will take the 9 bludgeoning damage. -9, and then You can, as a bonus action, shoot lightning at things within 60 feet of the center, which 26 definitely hits for another 18 lightning damage, assuming you're hitting the same target.
Okay.
Excellent.
I can move 10 feet.
If you didn't use your bonus action to do that lightning strike.
Okay.
Because your storm thing lets you move, bonus action.
Okay. I don't move then.
Okay. You still have your regular move action if you'd like to.
I move here. And here. Done.
So,
Summon the storm.
so did you actually use the bonus action to shoot out lightning, or?
He did. He
Lightning.
shot it for like 18 lightning damage.
Against which enemies?
go for-
Just that one, or all that you could see?
Any creature, it has two different effects. It creates an area of different terrain, and anything
okay, I
that
see.
its turn in it
I
will take
misread.
bludgeoning damage if it fails a strength save. As
Okay.
a bonus action on every subsequent
against
turn
one
after
thing.
that, he can choose a target within 60 feet of the center and shoot lightning at it.
Yeah, I see it now.
He has advantage on the attack if they're in the sphere.
I see it now. Yeah, I misread that.
Yeah, it's like
God, there are times I think I have dyslexia.
The Twilight Bell goes next, who is currently invisible.
All of a sudden, the team seems competent.
One of you suddenly is short a few gold coins because she pickpockets you. I'm just kidding. What is that?
Y'all are welcome. I come competent.
Yeah. I'll do a bunch of different things. What would be funny?
First, since that one's starting its turn,
It's not its turn. It's Twilight Bell's turn. Hold on a second. I'll get to you in a minute.
sorry,
Trying to see what she does, if anything. If I guess she'll shoot an arrow at somebody. Pachow!
Ka-chow!
Wow. Only barely just hit.
they only can do D.
Now, yes, it does start its turn there. It rolls a con save, but with 3d10 of damage and it having only 2 hit points, it dies immediately. Sphere remains for the spell's duration. Each creature in the sphere when it appears or ends its turn. Okay. And it's civil terrain. Good boy. Okie dokies. This thing goes. And then these other ones start moving. Are they intelligent enough to not run through the storm sphere? Let's find out. Intelligence roll. Nope. 15. 20. What's hilarious is these things are already pretty goddamn slow, and then you put different terrain in front of them, so now they're even slower.
Yeah, so they move like one square.
They can move 4 squares because they have a speed of 10. And if they're dashing, they can move 20. If they're dashing, they can move 10. Now.
So then that means 2 squares.
Strength save for the one that ended its turn in the sphere, 19. So go ahead and roll that bludgeoning damage for me there, my good friend. I don't know what the hell that is.
That was me just clicking at show spell description.
Sorry.
There we go. 7 bludgeoning. As the whirling storm winds just start puddling the shit out of this thing. Roberts.
Alright. Gonna stay where I'm at. Targeting this one down here. Sorry, wrong.
I'll be
This
right
one
back.
Yeah. Using my sharpshooter feet still.
Mm-hmm.
The first one was a miss at 10.
Okay. Well, hold on. You said
The 10
it was
hit.
10 total?
10 total.
They have a 9 armor class.
Oh. Then
So
never
10
mind.
does hit.
That's
Which
two
one are you
tens.
hitting?
The one right here.
Okie dokies.
I rolled 2 10s, so both of them hit then.
Okie dokies. How much is your total damage?
This be 40. This be 40.
Is someone keeping track of how many hit points the monsters have, Carrie? Is someone doing background math? Ooh, someone clever.
21 and 14.
21 and 14?
Yes.
So 35.
Yes.
Okie dokies.
So close.
Clever girl. It is still standing, however, unfortunately.
Alright. Just to be safe, I'm going to move to here.
Okay. I'm gonna stay next to the spellcaster. I'm gonna stay over here. I'm gonna stand next to the bitch that can shoot lightning bolts at people. And summon storms at will. I believe that is the end for your turn, Captain Torg.
I think he just said.
I just got back. Sorry.
Fantastic. It's time for your turn.
No, my alarm was going off. Anyway, I
Oh,
went
Captain,
back.
my captain.
Huh?
Captain, my captain.
Oh boy, I'm going to back off as usual.
Oh, that does remind me. When you start your turn inside its sphere, I need you to make me a wisdom save, please.
Ah, crap.
For its gibbering. Thank you for reminding me. Inadvertently, as it may have been.
I'm not going to back
there,
off.
Captain. I need you to roll me a D8, Captain. This is some slapstick shit over here. You do nothing. You stand there, cannot take actions or reactions. And you're just like, why me? Dr. Ice, 'tis your turn.
Okay. I shall move to here. Get out of the way. And I shall move the moonbeam right onto him as my action. And the bonus action, can I do it the way I think I can? You can use this. Alternatively, you can use action to teleport one. Okay, so it's an action, but I have to touch them. Okay, so final 10 feet. Then I'll move down to here and move my moonbeam, and that'll be my turn.
Okie dokies. I'm checking to see how many feet you can actually move the moonbeam. Move the moonbeam 60 feet in any direction. Okay. I was just curious.
Yep.
Keep in mind, it can only go
I will.
60 feet in a turn.
Believe me, I looked that up specifically. I need to make sure. How far can I move this son of a bitch?
Good man, good man. Is that your turn, Dr. Ice?
That's my turn.
Arcanus Lanfarin, it's your turn. I assume you like to shoot lightning at people. Because that's kind of your thing. Just as destructive with less collateral damage than fire. Lightning.
Comet orb on this one.
If you think that's wise.
But then they get rid of your storm.
No, it won't.
Well, oh.
It does remind me, though, you are concentrating on that storm, I believe.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Oh, Eldritch Blast. I cast it on closest one.
You want to shoot Eldritch Blast out instead?
Yeah.
Well, one
Yes.
ain't gonna cut it. Would you like to take a second shot?
It's rather humorous that is its AC, but because it's a 1, it's a failure.
Natural ones are always a failure when it comes to an attack. 2 damage. Wow. It had 4 hit points. You did 2 damage.
And lightning on this one over here.
And lightning on the other one.
Nice.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your thing. Roll with advantage, or keep in mind you roll with advantage because it's inside the sphere when you shoot lightning at it.
18.
18 will
13
hit
damage.
for 13 lightning. Minus 32.
How we moved. Hey. I'm down.
It's Twilight Bell's turn.
Yep. If you had to be an animal, what animal would it be?
Who, me?
Oh. I think I know exactly what spell you're using.
I've been looking for a time for the Fey creature to cause some chaos. She's going to cast a spell that's going to be pretty funny.
Oh no.
To get its
Polymorph.
Well, she can do it whether you're willing or not. If you're not willing, you get to make a wisdom save. If you're willing, then it just happens. To a new form spell. What is the limit of what it can be turned into? Transform the spell. This spell transforms a creature that you can see within range into a new form. An unwilling creature must make a wisdom saving throw to avoid the effect. Spell has no effect on a shape change. Oh, sorry. The spell has no effect on a shape changer or a creature with 0 hit points. You are a shape changer, so this spell cannot work on you. Phew! Instead, Rob,
Yes.
you're going to get transformed instead because she's going to use the spell one way or the other. You're the next available target.
What?
Alright.
It's a Rob.
Oh.
You're going to get turned into something. What would be a funny creature to put you into?
Animal, or am I going something a little more?
I have no idea.
I went physics.
Why do I feel when
Because the thing about it is, it doesn't say it has to be a beast. It just says a creature. So the sky's the limit.
why do I feel when Shindo takes out the book of the book?
When I start pulling out the monster manual.
Yeah.
I went physics, if I can.
Oh, there it is. The new form. Oh, sorry, never mind. Here it is. The new form could be of any beast whose challenge rating is equal to or less than the target. So it has to be a CR 5 or less.
Oh, that's a good. You had a good amount of options at that point.
I was hoping for something more interesting because that's what I was looking for, but I couldn't see it. And then I finally just spotted it when I looked up, and I'm like,
Well, thank
see
God
how
I'm
we're
a shape changer. We're gonna have some strange fun.
Giant turtle.
she's going to. You know what? I don't give a shit what that thing says. I'm the dungeon master. I want this to be more interesting. Fuck that shit. I'm gonna pick something more interesting. Let's see what we got here.
Aw. You could have turned him into an alicorn.
I can turn him into a lot of things. Let me check my glossary. Talk amongst yourselves while I decide your fate.
Oh.
Then I
A long
can't.
for training lizard.
Turn into an ooze.
Let's do that. Come on. You should let me. Why are you killing everything? Because it's funny.
Ooh,
I'll take a clean fix if you'll allow it.
hold on.
They're kind of funny.
Oh.
I should have had this prepared in advance. My apologies.
Triceratops?
She doesn't know much about dinosaurs, so I don't think that would be good.
A large subterranean lizard?
Oh! Perfect. I'm gonna make you a blink dog.
Blink dog, okay.
You with D&D Beyond, I'm sure you can look up the stats of a blink dog.
Blink dog. Got it.
It is a type of fake creature.
Oh.
Let's see, what kind of tokens do I have available for dogs? So I got a regular dog, I have a sled dog, I have a spectral dog, I have a zombie dog, I have a pirate dog. Let's do pirate dog. Eh. There. What size are you? Medium?
No, I have a language.
Yeah, you understand Sylvan.
I can speak blink dog.
I think I have Sylvan as a language. Do I? No, I do not.
There you go. We're now a blink dog. Move Rob off to the side here for a quick second. Replace you with the dog. You should be able to control and edit it easily enough. I'll let you plug in all its stats, and do you have its stats in front of you, by the way?
I have it on Beyond, yeah.
Excellent. For those of you who are wondering, this is what a blink dog looks like.
Do I maintain my HP or do I maintain the HP of it?
You use it, and when that drops to 0 hit points, it's much like how the Druid Wild Shape works. When you drop to 0, you go back to your original hit points. If any damage carries over, then it hits your original.
And much like that, does he maintain the mental stats?
No. His stats are what the dog is. He is the dog now.
Okay.
And now she is maintaining concentration on this spell, and she's going to ride on your back. She pulls out a tiny sword, and she goes, "Hiya! To battle, my mighty steed!"
That's adorable.
But yes, your crewman is now this thing. And that was her turn. Sorry that took so long, but we just had to do it. It had to be done.
Mm-hmm.
It dies because it has 2 hit points left.
Excellent. I am doing my job.
Like a small child on an anthill, you're just burninating everything.
Oh, hee.
Alright, I have 3 strength saves these things gonna make. 1, 2, 3. 12, 9, and 2. All of them fail. So
So
2d6 bludgeoning damage on the 3 assholes still inside your storm sphere. They're just...
They have no idea what's going on.
Across.
8 damage.
Excellent. Rob Roberts, the Blink Dog. Tis your turn. Woo!
There. Ooh, that may be worth doing. And for now, we will take the dodge action.
You are the mighty Blink Dog Warmount to her eminence, Mistress Twilight Bell, messenger of Queen Maeve of the Winter Court. And now I'm curious, what are the stats of Blink Dog? I know they can do like a bunch of weird shit.
Not that much.
They can bite and teleport, from what I remember.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
They can also move at like 40 speed. That's pretty good.
Mhm.
The dog magically teleports along with any equipment it is wearing or carrying up to 40 feet to an occupied space it can see. Before or after teleporting, the dog can make 1 bite attack. Has a +3 to hit with 1d6 plus 4... Sorry, 1d6 plus 1 piercing damage. Fun fact, if there's at any time a Displacer Beast, you are compelled to attack it because Displacer Beasts and Blink Dogs fucking despise each other based on their very natures with a burning hot white passion, and will actively try to murder each other the moment they are aware of the other's presence. Is there a chance of that happening? I don't know. I always leave room for randomness. Dr. Torg, your turn.
You can do stuff.
Can do stuff.
And stuff
You're
with
muted.
B is back off for a couple minutes. Back off a little bit. And shoot this asshole.
I'll shoot this asshole. Nice gift there, Kiri.
Oh boy.
It's not too far off, minus the cherry before, but...
Let's be honest.
Which asshole are we shooting? That one? Alright. See, both of those hits for 6 and 4 damage for a total of 10 piercing. 2 shots thunder out as you begin to continue to fire on them. I'm assuming that's it for your turn, my friend.
That is it.
Excellent. Dr. Ice, 'tis your turn.
Action. Moving moonbeam. What?
It's funny, when you said action, I immediately thought, like, is Dr. Ice now taking a job as a director? And action!
And move to here to grant better light for anyone to see.
That's true. Having some light is helpful.
I shall continue being our searchlight dirigible. I think this is like one of the very few fights that Ice has actually been in his element.
Well, you're fighting apparitions near a Fey crossing out in the wilderness of a snowy region, and you have complete and utter unfettered access to altitude skies. This is probably one of the few times that you've had in recent time where Dr. Ice isn't getting mercilessly beaten to death or dragged under a bed and, erotically asphyxiated or, running around as a fucking rat, where fish people go, why is there a rat in our underwater lair? How did a rat get down here? Fucking kill it. And then he goes, oh no, I'm fucked. Just
Yeah.
name a
This
few-
is the
just name
first
a few
fight which
times where you did dumb shit or dumb shit happened to you.
this is the first time Dr. Lice is in his element and Captain Turk is out of his element since he can't just rub and beat them. You know what with this?
I told you, Tyler, man, you can run up and beat on him anytime you want if you stop rolling garbage.
That's the caveat part.
You know, man, like, don't roll fucking garbage.
The Dice of Destiny want a story to be told.
The dice have a story to tell, and it ain't you being awesome. Is that all for you, Dr. S?
That'll be all for me.
Arcanist Land Foreign.
Over here. What choices? This one.
Ready?
This one.
Yep, you're doing something. I didn't hear what you said you're doing, but you're doing something to it. What you cast? Eldritch Blast? Cool. Both of those hits for a total of 6 damage.
And this one, lightning.
Shoot that one lightning. Okay. With advantage, because it's still in your sphere.
Ah.
Whenever it comes up, there it goes. 25 for 12 lightning.
Those things probably aren't looking all that good.
Mm. That's my
I mean,
turn.
they're getting their asses beat. That's for sure.
No, I can't do that.
Natural 20!
Oh goddamn! Well, 3 damage, but yeah.
It's like a 1d2 damage, guys, in case you guys were wondering. her arrows are like this fucking big. Okay,
like
they're like that
toothpicks.
big. They're like toothpicks. She's literally shooting toothpick-sized arrows. And unfortunately, kind of enemies you guys are fighting are their aberrations. So, like, doing things like affecting their mind or putting them to sleep doesn't really work against them. So, like, normally it'd be like, oh, I'll shoot you with the sleep arrow, and then you fall asleep. Haha. But, like, that's not helpful in this circumstance. This is why she now has a mighty steed, the Blink Dog. Blink Dog Raw. Who, unfortunately, is not nearly as effective, but he has more hit points. And now he's being ridden around by a fairy. Because of the options she had only one of you could be transformed because only one of you is not a shape changer. Jimmy Mathers will go. And he's got to make a con save. He got a 19 on his con save. Gary, if you could roll that damage for me. So he'll take 10 of that. And then go. And these guys will go to here. Here. And here. Four, 6, and 7. So they will all fail. Each takes 7 bludgeoning damage. I know the majority of your enemies are getting just royally fucked before they're even in range to do anything to you guys. See, I imagine you guys would be less cautious and would just walk into the glade more immediately and not be all wary and shit like that, so I could have them jump you when they're surrounding you, not having to swarm towards you.
I think you got used to
I guess I made you guys too paranoid when I had all the chokers show up out of like bookcases and shit.
Oh, you think?
Oh, there's a chimney? I got you. I'm gonna drag you over to the chimney. Ha! I'm gonna fucking Black Christmas your ass right up this fucking chimney. It's a horror movie based on Christmas time. You're welcome. Look it up. It's pretty good, but also pretty fucked up.
Hey, wait. Hey, for souls. Hey, is anyone sees this stream and makes it a makes it move it out? That's do us a favor and give us credits over here.
No, like that already is. It's called Black Christmas.
Oh.
It's literally a horror movie that takes place in Christmas.
Well,
it's imagine a Christmas movie if it was a horror movie instead. Yeah.
Well, an action movie takes place at Christmas. It's called Die Hard. But anyway, let's continue.
Which is the greatest Christmas movie of all time. We're all agreed on that, right? Obviously. It is the best Christmas movie.
I have no objections.
Now, back to what I was doing. Who hasn't moved yet? He hasn't moved. And he hasn't moved. Neither is he. Good warning, that fourth guy that entered your sphere also failed. Took 7 bludgeoning damage.
I really wish you had the ability to move that sphere. Because that thing might just save our ass.
It's in good position.
Sorry, what?
It's in a good position so far. So I don't need to move it, even if I could move it.
Storm Sphere? I don't believe it can be moved.
Yeah, I was just lamenting that it couldn't
It's
be
in a
moved.
good.
Say it one more time, Japan.
It's in a good position
It is.
so far, so I don't need to move it, even if I could to.
I think it's in a great position because that's where the majority of the enemies were coming from.
So I don't need. No,
Yep. Well, we whittled them down before they come to us.
point it right there.
That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, by the time you get to us, they'll be weak and probably could finish off range if they
Yeah, they
didn't
go
die
under like
already.
2 feet a turn, so and if they're going across it, that's a lot of fucking distance. Mr. Running Dog, it's your turn.
Okay, I need to make a save. What save do I need to make?
Oh, right, Wisdom save. Oh shit, Todd needs to make it too. She has special resistance, I believe. Magic resistance. And spells and other magical effects. I will rule that this is a magical effect, so her magic resistance will apply. Wisdom. She got a 19.
I got a 13.
You passed! Yay!
Alright. So, I get to now move. Alright, so, I'm going to move here. Using my dog action of teleportation, which says I can attack before or after, so I'm choosing to attack before.
Okie
Alright, so I got +3 to hit, so let's roll that damage. Roll that to hit. A natural 20. Thank you very much.
Yay!
I love you, Blink Dog.
Mighty Blink Dog!
You have just became my best friend. And that is...
That's... It's 2d6 plus 1 now for your damage.
Yes. For 12 damage.
12 damage, okay? Minus 12.
We are going to blink up to here. And
Bell is being carried, so she does come with you.
Yeah.
She's an object that is being carried.
I will then finish my movement to there. And that conducts the Blink Dog amazingness.
He goes, ha ha! Blink Dog Cavalry strikes you once again.
That was amazing, though. You have to admit it.
That was pretty fucking badass. And just so you know, your teleport recharges on a 4 to 6. So on the start of your next turn, you could roll a d6, and if you get between 4 and 6, you can teleport again. So just keep that in mind. In the meantime, Captain Torg.
Alright, we'll move out of the way.
Bang bang.
Bang, bang.
Bang, 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 bang.
Mother. Where's the second
Cool.
one hit?
Now, if I'm not mistaken, bad things happen when you roll really badly on these.
Yeah, it requires it to take a full
Yeah,
round
you have to
action
take it. You have to
fix.
take a turn to reload one, to fix one of my pistols.
Let me see. That's properties of weapons, which if this property replace the option with some entry harm no counts. Sometimes a firearm with. Target getting operational propaganda. If it replaces it, but it doesn't tell me what changes.
Thing is, I don't know if it's just jammed or backfires on me. I forgot which. depending
Something
on-
like that. I gotta make sure. So I don't recall off the top of my head. Oh, the D&D gentleman, where sometimes you gotta fucking look shit up.
Yeah, basically it's whenever you make an attack roll with a firearm and the dice roll is equal to or less than the lower's weapon misfire score, the weapon misfires. The attack misses, and the weapon cannot be used again until you spend an action to try and repair it.
Okay. So essentially, your magical flintlock pistol, since that was your first shot, jammed. It misfired and jammed.
So I take a turn to unjam it.
Yes.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Where the fuck do you even see that?
I just typed in misfire rules D&D 5e,
Oh. Cool.
and that was from D&D Beyond.
Okay. Right, we'll roll with that now. I can't find its equivalent rule in the DMG, and I'm tired of looking. I want to play. So, we'll go with that. Your gun is jammed, and you have to take, what was it, an action to repair it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. So you have one flintlock pistol now.
So yeah, so next turn I either could use one flintlock pistol or just take a turn action to repair the other one.
Yeah. The other one, however, does hit for 4 damage. Is that it for you, Captain Turd?
I'll back up a little more so I could safely I'll back up a little more so I could safely
I love when I have a massive map and the predominant amount of the game takes place in just one corner.
These things happen.
You have this whole map! All the action takes place right here.
I'll back up a little more so I could safely fix my pistol without getting to the range. But yeah, that's my turn.
Okay.
Dr. Ice, it's your turn.
Action. And I think as far as movement goes, I'm in a really good area where pretty much the enemies that we're dealing with are highlighted. So, yeah, I think that'll be my turn.
Okie dokies. Others on foreign. You know what you should do?
Yeah.
Drop a fireball on the
Oh.
dudes in Storm Sphere, really fuck them up. That'd be fucking hilarious. Because these things do have a certain amount of hit points, and you guys are running out of space for them to close in on you. Eventually, they're going to start hitting you.
Yeah.
I'm almost gonna run out of bullets.
My
about doing
recommendation would
this.
be increase your damage output before they get too close.
I'm almost gonna run out of bullets about 7th round.
Yeah.
So.
That's right, you have a limited amount of ammunition.
I do that.
Fireball.
Yeah.
The guys in the sphere.
Yeah.
Okie dokies. We'll just pretend you cast it in the center of the sphere since it covers the same area, so that will be the assumption we make.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Dex saves. 7, 3, 2. Hey, an 18! One pass. You did 27 points of fire damage. We'll say this guy is the one who saved, because he's the first one I clicked on. So he'll instead take 13. He else will take 27.
Did it do it? Did it do it? Did it do it?
Do what?
Did we kill them?
No.
Or at least kill one?
No. Go fuck yourself, Kerry.
We didn't even touch them.
You don't get shit! What kind of game do you think you're playing?
We didn't even touch them yet, but it's gonna be a while.
Other than the storm
I touched them.
here, they haven't taken that much damage. Now, they of course been battered the shit out of
And-
here. And then you can
Make
bonus
sure
action
it's
shoot
from-
lightning at somebody.
This one.
Alright. Go ahead and roll your lightning bolt thingy. Your lightning strike from your sphere. This is where the storm sorcery becomes some bullshit because action fireball, bonus action shoot lightning while maintaining concentration. This is some crazy shit. Oh yeah, that thing dies as you blast it with lightning because they had 7 hit points left. Dead. Yay! Japan got one.
Die!
Yay!
And severely injured a shit ton of others. It's all for you, my
And
friend.
that's my turn. Yes. Or... Okay. Now I'm done.
Excellent. Twilight Bell. Oh, Twilight Bell. What is it that you shall do? Let's see. I don't know, so many things of what she does is concentration. Mr. Blink Dog, you will no longer be a Blink Dog because she's going to cast Entangle. It
Okay.
also requires your concentration. Grasping weeds and vines sprout from the ground in a 20-foot square, starting from a point within range up to like 90 feet. She's actually going to fly over here. She's a little bit closer. Let me get that square. Is it a square? Is it foot square? So cube technically. Yeah, cube.
I would like you to know I am disappointed that I don't get to do a blink dog maneuver again.
Blink Dog supremacy is gone.
Starting from the point within range. So now
Dude,
it's
I had a
20-foot
run
square.
forward, panic possibly, and then
say it's-
teleport and blade combo. It was great! But I do more damage as the arrow guy.
Oh, definitely. It's a very confusing wording. A 20-foot square. So that will make you, right? Yeah. Has to be. Oh yeah. I'm ready to queue. Yeah. Doesn't seem nearly as big. Foot square. Hold on. I'm gonna look up the spell because I don't know if I typed this in right. Because its wording is weird. It's not saying a 20-foot radius sphere. It's not saying a cube. It's just saying 20-foot square.
What spell are we looking at?
Entangle. In ground in a 20-foot square starting from a point within range. I guess it has to be cube size, so it covers this much. Which I always thought Entangle did a lot more area than that. Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, 20-foot square.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. For the duration, these plants turn the ground in the area into difficult terrain. Creature in the area when you cast a spell must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained by the engulfing plants until the spell ends. A creature restrained by the plants uses action to make a strength check against your spell save DC. On a success, it frees itself when the spell ends and the conjured plants wilt away. So, Father Bell decided that these things stay where they are. 5, 10, and 13. I think only one of those passed. Where's your spell DC, my dear? 12. So, one passed. One. Say it's the one in the back, because it was the last one I rolled. However, the other ones, though, are restrained. It means they don't get to leave that sphere anytime soon. Creature restrained by the plants. Yeah, it is restrained. Will be restrained. Yep. So, huzzah! Three mouthers go. As far as that thing can go.
Damage!
Damage!
Damage.
Constitution 20.
Or-
They have not failed a saving throw against your moonbeam once yet, but you have killed like 2 or 3 things with that damn moonbeam. Because you've been doing the finishing off bullshit. So it will only take 11 damage from your moonbeam. As for the strength saves, 1, 2, 3. God, 5, 12, and 10. All 3 fail for the 4 bludgeoning damage that you deal them. Because they have to end their turn in it. Well, I say that, but actually, I most likely will, but let's just see if they can actually bust out of this. Okay, they did bust out of their nonsense, but as far as they go. Every time they end their turn? Enter in the area when you cast a spell, return a spell. Yes.
Yay! Stormbreaker does damage!
Yay.
It doesn't say it tries to entangle them at the end of every turn. The wording on entangle is really weird. Like, it feels like there's a lot of text that's missing. Doesn't it? Doesn't it feel like there's a lot of text that normally would be here in spells like this?
Yeah.
I think it's
I'm going to say if they stay in the area, they have to make a saving throw at the end of every turn. Because that's the way like other spells like Whip and shit like that work. It doesn't make any sense why it wouldn't. So let's see if they succeed at not getting captured again. Well, one certainly succeeded. He got a natural fucking 20, one got a 17, and one got a 10. So we'll say you're free, you are restrained. What was it? Oh, right. Hey. Jerry, how high up in the air are you?
I always said it was 30 feet last time I heard.
I'm at 30 feet high.
Okay. Bastard. I mean, okay. Keep this blink dog icon just in case I need it later. You never know. You never know, you might need more blink dogs. Someone know for certain. Oh. The blinding spittle can only travel 15 feet. Mr. Roberts, it is your turn.
All right. Yay, my turn. Gonna shift 10 to there. Targeting this guy here. Using the sniper thing again.
Alright, which guy? I didn't see it.
The far bottom one.
Okay, I see him now.
So, an 11 to hit
You hit.
for 4 damage. Or not
4?
4 damage. 14 damage.
I was about to say 4? What the hell? 14 actually kills it. It had 11 hit points left.
Excellent.
Good.
Which means had it not passed that con save, it would have already been dead.
Targeting this one here now. Still with the sniper. Okay. 14 to hit
You hit.
for another 21 damage.
21. Alrighty.
Yeah, and I will stay where I'm at. I
Well,
love that
okay.
type of thing.
Yeah, sharpshooter's pretty fucking good. Captain Torque, it's your turn.
I'll just take a move down here. And I'll jam my gun.
Alright, you spend your action on jamming your gun. Dr. Ice.
Alright. I'm getting rather close. Far. Well, I shall move down to here. Actually, one more turn. I'll give him one more turn. Moonbeam right there. And move to here.
Okie dokies.
Yeah, like I said, I'll give it one more turn before I consider doing that option.
Whatever this option is, I look forward to seeing it. Now, is that all for you? Augle's on
Yep.
4.
Oh,
You
here.
want to do crazy battle sorcerer bullshit more? Or you know, you just want to twiddle your thumbs. You already want to like drop some damage. Up to you. Both are viable options.
Fireball.
Fireball! Good God.
Oh god damn!
Okay, who we hitting?
Yeah,
Who's going? More like who's going to live?
Here. You tell me, where would you like it to be?
Second. Here. Then is.
I'm in
then
that
is in-
Where you are 30 feet up, it is a 20-foot sphere. It will not hit you.
So, right there.
It's a 20-foot sphere. Kiri, you're essentially like right here, above the sphere, as it explodes.
Or
You're like flying above it, and then with this rush of flames come towards you, like, ah! Let's see. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 motherfuckers. Five motherfuckers. Ah, ah, ah. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I have. Those were strength saves. Sorry. Those were supposed to be dex. Let me try it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. For dexterities, we have 3, 17, 7, 7, 5. I think the 17 is the only one that passes.
Yeah.
We'll say it's this one. You, sir, you get to pass. Everybody else fails, so he'll take 15 damage. Everybody else will take 30 damage. Dead. 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 Plants. Dead. They're gone. You destroyed the plants. Because I feel that Fireball is a reasonable way to just get rid of entanglement. Because it's just a bunch of plants.
Yeah.
And we'll just move that old Fireball symbol or template over to the side for now. Argus Authority, is that all for you?
And bonus action on this one. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can reach him. He's within, what, 60 it has to be? So yeah, you can definitely reach him. Go ahead and roll your thing. That's how the Stormbreaker stays relevant if it's not able to catch anybody in it, because it has a lightning bolt range of like 60 feet from its center. So yeah, that will hit for 16 lightning damage.
And I'm done.
Twilight Bell. Yeah, sweet fairy princess woman thing. For those of you who need a reminder, this is what she looks like.
Cute that she wasn't trying to screw us.
They're Fae. What do you expect?
I mean, they are neither good nor evil. She has a job, she's going to do it. Because failure to do so would be not great for her health. She's going to do... Okay, she'll turn invisible. Because I don't feel like spending too much time and thought. I'm going to say she just turns invisible. That's what she does with her action. Because she doesn't have a massive number of options. And these things are rather close.
Con save from that one?
It's not in it.
It started its turn in it, though.
Oh, the other one you meant. I see what you did there. Yeah. 15. I don't think they failed a con save yet.
15 is the spell save DC for me.
Yeah.
So another 9 damage.
Yep. They have a 16 con, in case you were wondering. Their dex and strength not so great. Constitution pretty fucking high. And if there was anybody in range, they would just be spitting at you guys. But there's not. Show Rob. Back to you.
All right.
Back to you, Rob. Now there's Rob with the weather.
On this one here.
Okay.
First shot. Is a 9.
You hit.
13 damage.
It was this first one in the front, right?
It was... Yeah, this one down here.
Okay. Super dead. You
Second
doubled
shot.
its current hit points with your damage. Because it had 7, you did 14.
Thank you. Second shot on the other one.
Second shot.
12 to hit.
You hit.
For 16 damage.
Sharpshooter, incredibly helpful against low armor class targets that have a lot of hit points that you gotta eat through. Alrighty. Still standing, by the way.
Next, I will move to here. That way, if it comes, it might go through the storm aura. Okay.
Yeah, if it comes at you.
Yes.
Between you and it. Captain Torrance, it's your turn.
Why do you think I've been moving so much? I'm trying to keep things between me.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I'm going to
Hey,
move
the
over.
archer doesn't want the enemy to close in on him. That's crazy talk.
Oh boy, I'm going to move over here.
Hey,
1, 2,
Please get
3,
the
4,
he just chooses
6,
not.
7. Like try to get closer to the Stormwar as well. Obviously, I can't move out double, so hopefully my pistols actually go correctly this time. 1.
Let's hope your fast field repair doesn't cause horrible bad things to happen. That is your sword. Just so you're aware.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're not throwing your sword.
I like keeping my sword.
He is so intimidated and afraid of these things, he's throwing everything he can at them. Literally.
1. Ooh!
Hey, that's it. Let's see.
It's actually still alive.
No, it's not. You exploded. It had 20 hit points left. You did 21 points of damage. Yeah.
Well, I guess I repaired it better than I thought it.
A hush falls over the battlefield as the remaining gibbering mouther is put down. The thunderous blast from your flintlock pistol. The wintered forest turns to the way it was before. Whatever strange creature was blasting battle music somewhere off in the distance has now stopped and left the area.
I collect my arrow.
Much like your arrows.
No, I collect my arrows.
Oh.
He's got to collect his arrows.
Yeah,
So.
unlike me, you can actually collect your arrows. Once I'm out of bullets, I'm out of bullets.
Yeah,
Gotta get back to town.
your bullets kind of get a little misshapen after they
Yeah, once I'm out of bullets, I get back to town.
Like the best you are able to do is you recover like the slugs that are misshapen, and from the hot explosion velocity fire to the impact, because it's like lead, and as we know, lead is heavy but soft metal. You get the chunks of metal that you could put in your bag and melt back into regular bullets later, but they are not currently usable.
Still, I gotta get back to the challenge of ship to make more bullets. So, either way.
Alright. Just gonna do a quick little aerial surveillance just to see if I hear any other, sounds.
Like either way, I have 13 bullets left.
While still staying in the air 30 feet.
Barbell reappears as she goes, "Well, it's about time. Took you down long enough." Luckily, those guys weren't too difficult. Able to get rid of them quite quickly.
Yep. So
the queen is still waiting, good sir.
okay. Well,
Dice, and it landed next to me in my chair. Sure it is.
Shall we join you, or do you want these? Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yes,
Okay.
Don't leave me alone with her. She's a cruel mistress, much like the wintry snow of death.
I don't want to be a step stool for the rest of my eternity.
Did you say shit on my clothes to make me a little warmer after walking across that?
You're asking the barbarian, who's pretty much wearing nothing when in combat, that make you clothing.
But yes, you approach a large pool of water surrounded by some rocks that is glowing a slight blue. Clearly, you know a Fey crossing when you see it. This will take you to the Feywild.
Alright, everybody. This is the route to the Feywild. Just remember, if anyone asks what your name is, don't give him your true name, but instead say...
That's the one you're hung up on. Not all the other warnings that was in all the shit that I sent you. That's
Yes,
the
also,
one that you
no dancing. Don't lie, don't dance, don't...
That depends on what Fey you're
So, I can't give my true name, but I'm not supposed to lie.
You could say, you may call me Orc.
That's racist, first off.
You may call me Captain.
Okay, I'll call you.
You
Okay.
go, I am the captain.
I don't have a title. You better make me a title.
You'll be
Your title is sailor or
you'll be
deckhand,
temporary you'll be sailor. There you go.
or just deckhand, which is your actual title.
And
But yeah,
Arcanist
she
will
flies
be
over here and she goes,
and
"So you're
Arcanist
gonna get
will
in the
be
fake costume or not? Let's go."
and Arcanist will be first mate. Let's
Some of
go.
us, some of us are on a time schedule here, guy.
Let's go.
Party like a rock star. Let's go.
You all enter into the cross scene and you find yourselves in yet another wintry forest. This one seems just more wild, less tamed, more primordial, ancient. The trees are 10 times larger than any tree you've ever seen. The shrubbery and underbrush much thicker. And there's this small little path that leads out in a direction. You don't see where it leads because you are completely surrounded by trees and forests as far as the eye can see. Many of them are evergreens, and their branches are thick with snow and ice.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
Okay. I guess we start following the path.
Excellent.
I guess we'll follow Carrie.
And I am going to be having my head on a swivel.
Roll me perception check, then, if you're trying to watch out for things.
15.
Cool. Anybody else want to
Sure.
roll?
Where?
Motherfucker.
Wow.
I don't know.
11.
Cool. Okay. So everyone's like really on edge because most of you have never been outside the prime material world. Probably, with the exception of maybe one of you. And many of you are not familiar with the strangeness, alienness of the Feywild. It looks a lot like a forest, but there's just something off about it. It's not what you know to be a forest. Captain Torg, you are so distracted that you don't notice the log that you trip over and fall each into the ground. And from that log here, hey, watch it! As a mushroom is starting to berate you now. What's your problem, guy?
I apologize.
Yeah, right, you apologize, fucker. Like, what's wrong with you? Why would you just trip over a man's house like that? You almost crushed me. What would you have done if you had crushed me? You know that's murder. What's wrong with you?
I bowed to the.
That's how you better get out of here. Don't let me come over there. I may be a fun guy, but it ain't gonna be fun for you. That was lame. You shut up.
That was actually funny.
Your jokes suck. You shut up. And you leave the berating mushroom man.
Okay. And we keep going.
Eat the mushroom. Would you like to eat the mushroom, Rob?
No.
No.
Hey, what are you doing? Hey, what? No, don't put me in your mouth. Ah! But, anyway, so where are you guys going now?
Continuing along the path?
Cool. You eventually get to the end of the path and you see a large winter palace made of crystal ice.
I've been here before.
Every so
Yes, you
often,
have.
I cast the digitation on myself to warm my clothes.
Okay.
Awesome.
At this point, I shall reiterate the rules and the do's and don'ts of like don't just accept gifts, always keep promises, don't lie, never mention newborns, don't tell them your true name, don't say thank you, don't be a snoop. All debts will always be repaid. Always be utmost polite. The whole. But then that kind of also goes
a
against
bush
the rule.
nearby, a shrubbery bush nearby goes, "Hey man, you think way too much about rules and shit, bro. You gotta learn to relax, man. Here, smoke this," and it just holds one of its branches out towards you. Come on, man, you gotta relax and shit, bro.
What is this?
It's a shrubbery bush and it's talking to you. It held up one of its little leafy branches towards you and said, "Hey man, smoke this."
Smoke it like it's hot.
I will.
You do what you want to do. I'm just telling you what the bush does.
In exchange for that little bit of shrub it's given me, I give 5 gold pieces.
Hey man, I'm just a bush. What am I gonna do with gold, bro?
I just felt it was a fair trade.
Why are you giving me gold?
I felt it would be
I'm
a
just
fair
giving you a
trade.
gift. Why are you being so rude? Why wouldn't you just accept my gift and shit, bro? I'm just a bush, bro.
I just start nodding my
I thought
head.
you needed to relax. Yeah, see?
I just nod my head.
Oh, yeah, man, you gotta relax, bro. You're way too tense. Like, you in the Feywild and shit, man. You gotta learn to have a good time. You know, there's a party coming on soon. You should go to that party.
Hippies.
I just walk up at Ice and just the nod of let's go.
Oh,
Yes.
hey,
I'm
man,
not even
don't you act
talking. It's like
me.
let's go.
Hey, don't ignore
I
me.
put it in my mouth. I put it in my mouth, but I'm not inhaling, or at least trying not to inhale.
So you break off some of the branch and you take it with you?
Oh, I thought he gave me like an already broken off piece.
No, like it is a literal bush, and one of the branches went, "Hey man, smoke this." It literally just held a branch arm at you.
I break a small piece of it off and nod, and put it in my mouth.
Peace, dude. Here, I need you to make me a con save, please.
Great, Carrie. You got Dr. Ice high.
Awesome. I'll let you know when it fully kicks in. But when you take it, you guys watch Dr. Ice's eyes immediately start to dilate.
I just shake my head like
I can see
I said, I'm not talking. Like I said, I'm not talking until we're out of here, but I'm just shaking my head like.
Anyway, when you look at your companions, Captain Torg, his hair, it's red. Now it's blue. Now it's purple. Now it's black. Now it's blue. Purple again.
Trippy.
Fish start swimming in the air in front of you and around you. You guys don't see any of this. Only Dr. Ice sees this
Let's
shit.
go.
And like the last parting thing you hear from the bush is like, "Peace, my guy."
Well, this is gonna be an interesting conversation. The fake cream was a very high kept Dr. Ice.
We'll give inspiration for indulging my nonsense.
That puts us at 4 inspiration tokens.
Currently, yes.
Well, first bad decision of the game of the session.
Can never go home without one.
Continue on along the path.
I'm looking for something real fast. 1 second. There we go. Okay, yeah. I needed to have something off to the side for a quick second. But you approach the palace doors, and standing outside those palace doors are 2 guards. They are light skin blue looking fey-like creatures. They have long tapering ears, long flowing hair. They're in resplendent armor with tabards showing various winter-esque iconography upon it. And they are holding these halberds of crystal ice, and they look at you and go, "Greetings! Who are you to approach the Queen's manor?"
Greetings. You may call me Zerg.
Good. Good to meet you, sir.
And I have a package delivery for the Queen. And I hold out the lockbox.
Most excellent. She has been expecting you, sir. And welcome back to you, Mistress Twilight Bell. She goes, what's up? So, my job done here yet? And they're like, I do not know. What is the queen that instructed you to do? She goes, fuck. Alright. Let me go talk to her first. And they go, you shall wait here until the messenger has had a moment to speak to her. And she
Okay.
is prepared. Bell flies in. Dr. As you start to taste the color red.
Can I
Tastes like red.
The shrimpleberries taste like shrimpleberries.
Well, schnozberries taste just like schnozberries.
Who would have thought?
Wow.
You see, like,
While high as a kite, a white rabbit just appears next to you, and he goes, "Dude, you are high as shit!" And he slaps you, and then he runs off.
it's not real. It's not. I just mentally, he's going. It's not real. It's not real.
One of the guards remarks about. He goes, "That was weird. Why did that rabbit just run up and just slap somebody randomly?"
What?
You all saw a rabbit.
I just whispered
This
to
is
Ice
Paywall, and
like,
everything's topsy-turvy here, my guy. As the Cheshire Cat said, we're all mad down here.
as you can see, like toward Cody's head, like remembering to himself, like I gotta teach Ice some drugs when I get back to this ship.
I need to teach him how to actually hold his.
How about avoiding drugs on a
strangers?
Or how about avoiding drugs on a mission?
Or don't take drugs from random strangers, especially when those random strangers are a literal talking bush.
Yeah.
Y'all crazy. I'd be like, hell nah, and then walked away.
What I think that actually was I put my hand on Ice as not like let's go because I knew what was going to happen.
Several minutes
But I
go
couldn't
by.
actually say anything.
Several minutes go by, and eventually Charlie Bell comes back, and she says, "The Queen will see you now." And the two guards will take their halberds and boom, boom. And one of them shouts out down the hallway, "Now presenting Monsieur Star and his party." And you are ushered into a large throne room of crystal ice and snow upon a multi-tiered dais. In front of you sits a woman you have seen before, Dr. Ice, but many of you have never seen before. I actually have a picture of what this woman looks like. You see a woman wearing a ice blue crystalled tiara crowned around her head with resplendent robes of varying different hues of blue and white and augmentations of crystalled jewelry and ice blue and clear. Before you is the Queen of Air and Darkness, Queen Mabe of the Gloaming Court, or Winter Court, as it's being referred to here.
I get down on my knees and bow.
What do the rest of you do?
I bow respectively as well.
Mimic the captain.
Like a good sailor.
Pretty good. Watching the captain. If he does it, I do it.
Captain C. Captain.
Hell, Ice is in charge and says I have no idea what I'm doing. So if Ice bows, I'm bowing until I need to take command again.
And From the throne, she says, "Rise, my little bird.
And I rise.
You may approach me."
And I approach. And I'm holding out the lockbox like reverently.
She takes the box from you. She goes, "Excellent. Most excellent work indeed, my little bird." With a flick of her finger, the lockbox just opens, and she opens it up. She pulls out a chocolate bonbon, unwraps it, and eats it. Delicious. You bought me most delicious chocolates.
I was an Uber Eats delivery boy. And
Right, I thought we were going to eat Uber Eats tonight.
I like the fact that
I love it. I've been looking forward to that reveal for a while, and you're just utter blank expressions of like, did you just say a chocolate bonbon was in the box?
I'm just going to imagine Dr. Ice is probably thinking, you know what? I'm high. It was probably something much more.
When we eventually get out of here, I'm like, I like Queen's style. I'm not going to work with her, but I like her style.
She's quite beautiful.
And she says to you, "Damn, Dan, you were pretty quick with that fucking gift." And she looks down at you in her very resplendently but cold and haunted manner. She says, "As a reward for your great service, you shall be my guests at this evening's ball that I am hosting here in the palace. You may, in the meantime, take up residence in some of my guest quarters, where you may wash the dirt of the traveled road off of you and make yourselves more presentable."
You should do that, Your Majesty.
Indeed. Many Fae will be coming, and as my guests, it will be wise for you to be very presentable.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Excellent. Now, I am busy. There are much preparations that must be done. There will be much food and drink at the ball, and if you should require anything, ask any of my servants. For now, you are my guests, and all that entails in that. You are dismissed. And as she waves her hands up, doors along the sides of this large, great hall open up, and multiple servants come out to lead you to your various guest quarters. Most of which are fairly close to each other, but and in fact, your entire party gets an entire suite to itself, which essentially is like a multiple rooms connected by a central chamber that is off to the side. So, like, you walk into a central chamber and there's multiple rooms that offshoot from it.
Okay.
You each have your own private room, but they're all connected by a common area.
Alrighty.
So how do you like your first field, Mr. Rob?
Do we accept these rooms or not accept them?
It was offered as a reward, so it is considered polite to accept. The rules are convoluted, unfortunately. I cannot give you any better answer than that.
How about this answer? Dude, we're in the Feywild. You know, even I'm not effing around here.
Yep.
And you see your captain literally runs over to freaking Wolverines and Gila monsters with a sword and a battle cry.
Okay. Individually, the rooms, they have like their own private attached bathrooms, or is there like a...
Oh yes, they all have their walk-in in-floor bathtub. We're talking like, imagine like the highest of like 5-star hotels of the ancient world. Multiply that by 10, that's what you guys got. So we're talking like 15 feet wide by 15 feet, massive bathtub into the ground. There is a servant standing there with a hand of towels and soaps waiting for you when you walk into the bathroom, as if they've always been there, waiting to attend you as you need.
And I will nod them in.
Is this edible?
What was that?
Is this edible?
Oh,
Am I supposed to eat this? No, sir. That is soap for your cleansing of your body.
It
Right.
smells funny.
Indeed.
like
It smells lavender.
Sailor. Just it's soap, Sailor.
You say this to a man who hasn't probably bathed in years.
Like it's soap, Sailor. When we get back to the ship, I'll teach you hygiene. I don't believe as a barbarian I have to actually say that, but
You can help me get high?
Your class is a barbarian, but that doesn't mean that Captain Torque doesn't understand hygiene.
And he was part of the Merchant Marine, so hygiene was probably something they were drilled on.
Flaming fist.
You're
Not the
gonna
Merchant Marine. Flaming fist.
Gene who's
There's a
high?
slight difference.
I already know Gene's high most of the time.
I accept the soap, and I do everything I can to nice and scrub and clean me as best as I can.
As you get into the already drawn bath water that is of the perfect temperature, other servants will just appear to help bathe you, unless you deny them and you request to be alone, and then in which case they will leave you alone.
As they're coming towards to assist me, I will nod and say, "Please," and nod.
They go, "Of course, sir." They start scrubbing you down. One will take one of your large, taloned hands, and they'll take a nail file, and they'll
A proper mani-pedi.
One of them even takes some polish and some polishing wax and a rag, and they'll smear it on your beak, and they'll just they'll do a shoe shine on your beak. And this is the level of treatment it was done for each of you, unless you specifically request it not to be.
Captain, is
No,
this
not me.
bath broth I heard about?
say again.
Is this one of those bath brothels I've heard about?
Yes, it is. You made
Yeah, the one
and,
that you guys almost never could afford because it was.
and you have permission to enjoy it. We're probably not going to be bath in this luxurious thing for a long time, Sailor.
I wonder if they got anyone with blue eyes. I love a good blue eyes. And what's the happy ending that they always talk about?
If you wish for the happy ending, sir, we can most easily arrange that if you wish.
I'm not gonna take any chances on it, Sailor. That's up to you.
You're on your own on that decision. Does Rob take up that offer of the happy ending variation?
Yes, because the captain said I could.
No, I said you're on your own.
You are presented with a number of men and women, all splendidly beautiful, of varying different types and tastes, that you may pick from one or all of them. Up to you. We'll let that scene fade to black, and we'll let Daniel fill up any details that he so wishes.
Okay. After the bath, I head back into my room. Is there a bureau or a shuffleboard?
There is a large standing mirror, yes.
Okay, but
Which, while you get to that, when the mirror, it's one of those mirrors you see at the tailor, where it's got multiple of them and a half circle, so you can see yourself from multiple angles. And there is another individual. You are unsure of their exact gender. Being an aircrocker, you've never been great at telling the parts from one humanoid from another humanoid of the less feathered kind. And even the Fae are very androgynous looking. They're men and women Fae, sometimes are hard to tell apart because they're both typically of such immense beauty. It is difficult to tell. But you see another fey creature, an elven-esh like Eladrin, standing there, with a beautiful, with beautiful clothing of your particular racial standards. Would it be robes? It'd be
Like
actually, no, it probably would be robes, but they'd be very open, loose, and with like large slits in various places for like your wings and your talons and your anatomy. Essentially, it is like
Roman nobility.
it is formal wear made for an Aarakocra of stunning quality and taste. And he has it ready for you and goes and asks, "Are you ready for your fitting, good sir?"
I nod and say, yes.
Excellent. He helps you into the clothing. It's a little big in certain places, and he goes, "As I suspected, we will have to bring it in some more. We wanted to go slightly larger in case your form was more robust."
That makes
And a bunch of small little pixies will come out like fucking Cinderella, and they'll start singing la 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 as they start tossing like needles back and forth. Thread comes out, and they will tailor make your clothing to be perfectly form fitting. And again, they will do this for each of you. Artisan Foreign, you are presented with the most beautiful, gorgeous gown you have ever seen in your entire life. More beautiful than any gown you yourself have ever purchased, seen, or heard of. Captain Torg, as a captain of your high station, you are presented a captain's uniform. Splendid navy blue and white, with gold trim epaulets, and a gorgeous hat with a massive feathered atop it, to ensure that you are well known of your position.
Can't go wrong with a tri-corner hat.
Exactly.
I have to find a way to take this home when all this is over.
You are also presented a pair of hard-heeled boots, captain boots. They are polished so well you can see your reflection in them.
Right.
Rob, you, Mr. Roberts, are presented with a sailor uniform as well, not nearly as fancified as your captain's, because you are but a deckhand, but you are a deckhand to a prestigious captain. As such, yours is a sailor uniform as well. It is more white, with some navy blue trims and some black into it, with lots of various frills and scarfs of varying different kinds, with a small little cap that you can put on. With, again, beautifully polished boots. Hard soled.
Hey, I can see my face in these things.
Yes, you can, Rob. You've heard about polishing until you see your reflection. This is the first time you've actually seen it fucking done. Because usually you don't have that much polish on hand.
Master, what am I supposed to do with all this shiny stuff?
I like these Fae.
Why am I supposed to do all this shiny stuff? Captain Torg, in addition, your weapon belt that you normally wear has been swapped out. It's still nearby. It's placed with other things of your belongings that you brought with you. Has been replaced with a beautiful leather belt for for a cutlass to sit upon. And this cutlass it has a functional blade, but the handle, you look at it and you go, this is not a weapon for war.
It's a show weapon. It's a show weapon.
It's got gold filigree, and there's a gemstone capping the pommel. It is a functional blade. It can be used as a weapon, if necessary. However, it is not the immense magical two-handed weapon that you are used to. It is a simple cutlass, but a beautifully made cutlass. This is presented to you as well as a small dagger also on that same belt. tucked right up next to the cutlass, so it can easily be drawn with your left or right hand. If you should be, so when you reach for it, you can either draw the dagger or your cutlass.
Hopefully, I don't have to reach for anything.
And the belt buckle is a fairly wide gold buckle with the and the belt has embroidery on it of a ship sailing along the waves. Almost like they know you.
Like, I just looked at it like, holy, I have to try it.
Captain, or I say Argus and Foreign, your gown is a resplendent, dark and bright blue. It's a bright sky blue with a mixture of dark navy blue with bolts of lightning and swirling whirlwinds and tornado, various types of iconography across it. Unless you deny otherwise, they take your hair and they do it in a most beautiful braiding. They like do up your hair, and nice gift. And are presented with a nice headpiece veil that kind of drapes down behind your head of more lightning bolts and storm clouds and whatnot. Dr. Ice, your robe has many iconographies of fairies and trees and forest folk and animals, as well as on the lapel a winter snowflake crest. You are the only one who has this winter snowflake crest on their clothing, marking you as belonging to the queen.
Marking you as the snowflake.
You are the unique snowflake who needs a safe space to go cry about things. But no, it is marking you as a member of the Winter Court. As far as the Fae are concerned, you are a member of the court, which comes with all the rights and responsibilities of such.
And those responsibilities can include a lot of stuff.
It provides a lot of protection to you, but it also means that certain consequences can occur to you in certain circumstances. Because as far as the Fae are concerned, because you owe so much debt to the Queen, she owns you, which means you are one of her servants, which makes you a part of the Winter Court. Everyone else are guests. You are a member. Like they're the associates, and you're a part of the family, but you're not quite a made man yet.
Excellent.
Welcome to the mob, everybody.
Look, you joined a cult and a mob. Congratulations.
Yeah!
So one of us has joined the cult, the other one's joined the mob. Pretty much.
Man, you guys are so fast on the draw with these things.
Like, I'm trying to look for one picture, and Daniel just pulls out picture after picture after picture.
Welcome to the family. So, I was a lot like you, Ty.
Because it is me! Remember, I actually served in the Navy!
From your old Navy days?
Yeah!
But yeah, you're all presented with these various, whatchamacallits. Captain, on your lapel, you have the symbol of your colors. Not of Luskin, of your colors, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was the symbol of a boar. Because I believe it was Chimpan who found that flag image a while back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that symbol is also on your clothing as well, Rob. As well as Argus and Foreign. You have that on the back of a glove.
I'm picturing Rob looking like me 20 years ago.
Yeah, it's probably not too far off. That is a modern day Navy uniform. So it's a little bit closer to more of like your medieval ancient world Navy, but in the level of formal wear, that's probably pretty close.
Yeah.
But it's more like pantaloons and what's the word I'm looking for? Flowing doublets, like breathy doublet type stuff with like scarves.
Yes, I don't have my
Like,
I
big
don't have my
on
I don't have my ascot picture
Yeah.
because I graduate during the winter, so this is the picture I got.
But yeah, each of you have that symbol of your colors. The red boar, and I think it was red boar and crossed axes. Of your colors are somewhere on your clothing. The lapels of the two gentlemen, the captain and his deckhand, and on the back of the glove of one of the gloves that is presented to you, Argos and Foreign, they give you these light sky blue gloves, and on the back of it has that symbol, denoting that you are of the crew together.
Could you repeat what exactly the symbol is so I can have it written down in my notes?
It's just a white snowflake crest. Is what is on yours.
All right. Okay.
Yep. And you also have somewhere on your lapel as well, in addition to that, also the crest of the Stormbreaker. Or the colors, the emblem and colors. This takes like an hour, couple hours or so, from the bath to the clothing and the dressing and the tailoring and whatnot. So it takes a couple hours. But eventually it's all finished and you all see each other in the common room area of your suite, resplendent in your formal wear, to attend a fave party.
Hey, they tried to dress me. I can dress myself.
I'm a grown-ass man!
Alright, calm down,
You hear
sailor.
behind Rod going, "We apologize for any offense we may have caused you, good sir. We were simply doing our jobs, but you are more than welcome to dress yourself."
Calm down, sailor. Calm down. It's very rare we get to wear
Enjoy
such
the
fancy.
finery of luxury.
Exactly. In fact, we're probably not going to sit into lap of luxury again for a long time. Enjoy it.
Now, did y'all get the little finger foods that came out? Man, I want one of those little things. It was sweet. And I mean, I don't know what they were, but they were something. Y'all should have had some. Did y'all get some?
You guys were
calm down, sailor.
Finger foods.
Calm down, sailors. Calm down. The real entrees soon enough. A barbarian's trying to calm down one of his excitable sailors.
I mean, this guy's a deckhand. He gets paid like a couple fucking copper a day. Like he's never had this level of luxury. You've never had this level of luxury, and you guys are loaded with money. But there's a difference between having money and then having status, prestige, class, luxury.
We are in way over our head right now.
Yeah, that's the symbol Jim Penn found a while back. Yeah, I remember that now. I knew he had it somewhere. But you are told that the party will be, that guests will be arriving within the hour. And the servant bows and exits the room, and the doors, and you are left alone for the first time since you've come here, and may either go down and enjoy the party as guests begin to arrive, or wait a little while before guests to arrive. Up to you.
I guess we'll wait for a little while.
Unfortunately, I kind of have to probably go down there.
Then we'll
That
join.
is a decision you can certainly make. Yeah.
Then we'll join you soon enough. Like this is.
So are you vacating the suite?
I am.
Cool. A servant has no problem escorting you down to the back to the ballroom, or to a ballroom, because you don't know your way around here, and so they offer to guide you.
Like this is
Yep.
one place I will not fuck around with.
Yep. Yes. I will mention to the servant that.
Like
My,
we will be on our best behavior, including you, Rob.
I'm always great.
and hopefully we'll get into a favor of the Feywilds.
Careful what kind of favors you get from the Feywild.
I said
What was that to Kieran?
favor. I said favorable to Feywild, not ask for favors.
I was going to say, my companions will be joining you shortly.
Most excellent, sir.
Like AKA want to get this actually like
us. The
us.
guest arrive.
What was that, Shender?
Do you wish to be presented to the Queen before guests arrive, good sir?
Yes, please.
Excellent. And he leads you through a series of various doors and back rooms and whatnot. And you come in through like a servant's door somewhere in the back, hidden out of sight, out of the way, so you could slip in unnoticed. And the Queen is there with various other servants and other members of her court that are attending, that were already there. Where is it? There it is.
You can never slip in the back door unnoticed.
Nope.
Not the Queen's back door, most certainly.
Especially
You're
that
brought to
one.
the Queen, and she goes, excellent. Everyone, this is my newest acquisition, my songbird.
I bow.
And she presents you to a collection of varying different Fae-like creatures. One is a he looks like an Eladrin if he was made of crystalled ice. And another is a satyr with I remember. It was a satyr, which is a half goat man, in case anyone was wondering.
Yep.
He is wearing just a little vest made of like light sky, wintry blue, and a hat, a bear hat, which is the winter hat. Who is a emaciated creature, and I think I have a token. No, I don't. Not on hand. But they imagine a person who is starved, who's emaciated from starvation, and completely ice blue from being frozen to death while also starving. That's pretty much a winter. That is essentially the bear hat. The Bolo's Guide to Monsters has pictures of them. I could probably Google one real fast.
I'm just picturing like this, like as if it was like a masquerade ball. It seems like that'd be that high quality. And as I'm being introduced by the Queen, I will bow respectfully.
Yeah. I wanted an image. Image of this. Yeah. That is a bear hat.
Curiosity, was that what was possessing me that one time? Or was that
How would you know? How would you know?
Good point. I would have no idea. It was just something that was scary and laughing.
The bear hag sees you and she approaches very she does that thing where, like, the person you think looks frail suddenly moves with the speed that you were not expecting and goes from this close to this fucking close, and just she goes, the little bird we heard so much about. Greetings. She's like really uncomfortably close.
Pleasure.
If she had a breath to smell, you would smell it.
A pleasure.
Tell us! What brings you here? At this fine ball hosted by our queen.
I had a quest of utmost importance to Queen Mab, to which I have accomplished that, and as such, she has allowed me and my companions to attend the ball.
How prestigious!
God, through this session, I'm just going to have to be thinking, how do I word what I want to say and keep it truthful?
And she goes, what did she say? So how? Or sorry. She starts making like small talk. She goes, so where are you from? Tell me. I do so love birds. She takes like her long, multi-jointed, fingered, armed hand. It's like impossibly longer than it ever has any right to be. It has multiple joints along the arm and the finger joints, and like wraps them around your shoulder in like that old bony granny hand, just and like starts to walk off with you away from the group. She goes, "Tell me all about it." And you are essentially being held hostage in small talk with this strange hag creature.
I was born on the island of Chot.
Ooh, that's an interesting place. I've never heard of it. Tell me more about it.
It's a nice jungle country. There are dinosaurs.
Oh.
Obviously, other Aracocas and other races.
Yes. Back to the suite. What are you guys doing?
I guess what's more gets to us like, all right, crew, let's keep things respectful. Let's have a good time. Tell the truth and don't tell your names. Like, I'm captain. You are sailor, and what do you want to be called? Arcanist.
Alchemist.
Arcanist.
Technically, Arcanist is a title, not a name.
But a title is used in place of it.
Well, captain's a name as well, or just Cap.
It's a title. It's a title, rank of position, so it can be used in place of a name, and it's not wrong or inaccurate.
And it's not a lie.
It's not a lie. It is not deception. You are a captain. You are an arcanist.
Alright, fellas. Let's be respectful.
The servants will lead you to the ballroom, and as you arrive, there is a herald there who announces you as you enter. He is a Snow White rabbit in. Do you remember the rabbit from like Alice in Wonderland? In like the super like surcoat vest with the little pocket watch and like the spectacles. Yeah. He's like this fucking tall, and he has this scroll as you come up, and he goes, now presenting his esteemed captain of the Stormbreaker and his crew.
I respectively bow.
On the phone, you clock at least 5 satyrs who are eyeing you down.
Can she tell if they're male or female satyrs?
far as I know, all satyrs are men, and they are symbols of fertility, infidelity. No, not infidelity. Sorry,
Wine?
that they're hedonists. They like to fuck a lot of people. They're a bunch of hedonistic pervs that like to get people drunk and frolic in the woods naked and fuck everything that has a hole to stick their dick in. And a beautiful woman just walked in, so at least 5 satyrs are like, I'm doing her tonight. Whether or not they're thinking about doing it separately or all at the same time, that's for you to figure out.
Now, chicka wow wow.
Captain Clark, a couple satyrs are also eyeing you, because you look like a good piece of man meat as well.
This is going to be a definitely Fade of Black moment, isn't it?
That depends on whether you guys reciprocate. You guys and your gifts. I cannot compete with your Google Foo on this.
We're gonna miss you for a couple of months, Daniel.
Yeah, it's just not the same. The gift train is just ain't the same when Daniel's not playing. He pulls that shit out real fast.
I'm a far
He's got like a whole fucking file of those things just sitting off to the side waiting.
Well, I have to go to my phone, look for the gift, and then post it.
Yeah.
Or in this, or the last case, a picture.
Do you guys try to stay together as a group, or
go off and mingle?
Would you guys mingle with the party guests?
That's up to you. I'll just talk to some party guests.
Excellent.
I will stay just behind the captain.
As his escort?
No, it's just the safest place.
Cool. I mean, he's not wrong.
Exactly.
Arzan Florin, a resplendent Eladrin man, tries to separate you from your party to have a private word with you, if you allow him to.
I stand closer to the captain.
Close enough to be within earshot, but not so close that it looks like you're waving him off.
Yeah.
Remember, you gotta be polite.
That doesn't mean you have to talk to him. I was simply just stating like what the parameters of this conversation would be before I continue. He goes, "A delicate flower to be found here. What brings you to these parts, fair maiden?"
I pointed Dr. Ice.
"Oh, you're here for the little bird as well. We've all heard about the Queen's newest acquisition. Quite handy having such a capable creature on hand, is it not?"
Yeah.
"So, dear maiden, what is your name?"
You can call me
Arcanist.
Arcanist.
Oh,
That name-
mysterious. Well, we're playing the mystery games. You may call me the gentleman. And he gives this super wide smile of perfect pearly white teeth. Would you indulge me, dear Arcanist, with a dance?
Okay.
That's not too far off from how I imagine the smile probably looked like. Arzan Foreign, give me a charisma save.
And here we go.
Oh, wait, splitting the party. At the party.
13.
Say again?
13.
13. You are currently charmed and want nothing more than to spend time with this gentleman. Because in the Feywild, charm magic is fair game. This is how it works in the Feywild, gentlemen. There are lots of rules, but every rule has a loophole. And an exception.
Suave.
So he sweeps you up into the euphoria of his charm magic, and you begin to dance with this gentleman.
Oh
At this, many other Fae break off into couples and begins to also enjoy lovely ball dancing. Not all of them, just several. Go ahead and give me a performance check, Argos and Foreign. See if you can avoid any faux pas.
Performance 22.
It is, you are the belle of the ball on the dance floor.
no.
Every Fae is watching you now as you dance circles around this man. He is, at no point does he lose his smile. At no point does he lose his interest.
If anything, you just made him more interested in you.
As you dance the dance of elegance in your beautiful gown, almost like you may have done this once or twice before at some point in your life. Who knows? No one's ever asked. You never told. Captain, you eventually get into a conversation with another Fae who is also wearing a sailor captain uniform, and he says, from what waters do you hail from, lad?
The waters of... I totally forgot.
Outside Neverwinter.
Huh?
The trackless sea and the sword coast.
Thank you.
See,
The waters of the trackless sea...
The swords and the trackless sea are the areas you guys operate in.
The trackless sea and the sword coast.
I heard of the Sea of Swords and the Sword Coast. Many interesting things there. Every once in a while, I get over to the material world of man and elf. Sometimes it's hard to get out here. There's just so much whimsy here.
Yes, I've never been to such a fancy occasion before. I'm grateful for it.
Indeed. So, how much booty have you plundered lately, good captain? Because I know the pirates when I see one. And he kind of flashes the lapel of a skull and crossbones. We travel in similar circles, don't we, Captain?
I guess we do.
Indeed. Cal looks around and he goes, truth be told, I'm not very well welcomed here. I stuck in. What more piratey thing is there to do than to sneak into a party where you're not supposed to be? Arr.
Touché.
Well, then I wish you well, dear captain.
Aye. Would you like to join me in my heist? Here to steal some hearts.
No, I told my crew to be on their best behavior.
Much better behavior than it is to steal some hearts.
We're actually invited guests, so...
Invited guests. Well then. Then I shall go mingle with the ladies. See if I can rob some fair flowers. And he kind of saunters off.
I just put my head in my head, I see him going to
A large chest with legs falls behind him.
What?
Large chest with legs falls behind him. Just.
Oh, wait, a mimic god?
No, it's a Discworld thing.
No, it's a homunculus, actually.
Either way, I'm just putting my hand in his, well, I see this part. I see him not getting out this part alive tonight, or at least in the same way. And I continue to mingle with the ladies.
Eventually you end up back towards near the queen, who is regaling her guests with an amazing tale of intrigue and gossip, as is common in these kinds of circles. When you hear, when you feel a warm breeze, which is unusual because it's been fairly cool, very, very cool to cold in this place. Feel a warm summer breeze sweep through the hall, and Queen Maeve suddenly stops talking, and you see on her the look on her face is not happy. As you suddenly see small flower petals flowing into the room from the front door, you hear that same white rabbit go, "Now presenting Queen Titania of the Summer Courts." And another Fey woman walks in also resplendent looks. And she looks like this. Which those of you who know your Shakespeare knows that these two don't have a good relationship.
A bit like oil and water.
The area around you, Dr. Ice, near Queen Maeve, suddenly drops about 30 degrees in temperature. And a little bit of ice forms on the tip of your beak. You gotta kind of flick off. Otherwise, it will freeze your mouth shut. You're just like, whoa. And at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to activate a skill challenge to navigate through this party. And I will repeat that as soon as Daniel sits down and can hear what I just said.
Skill challenge to the party.
To navigate through this party. You see that Queen Maeve and Queen Titania begin to converse as Queen Titania walks right up to her, followed by a mantis giant, a creature you have seen before, as her escort. And they begin talking, and it's one of those conversations where they're being very polite, too polite with one another in a social scene, where they are through very, very subtle means telling each other to go fuck off, cunt, without using those exact words, because they are in polite society at the moment. They're in polite social company. I keep my friends close and my enemies even closer.
Pretty much that would be how it would be described.
Not inviting Titania would be the height of impropriety and rudeness.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those things. You send the invitation because not sending the invitation would be considered too rude, but you know that 9 times out of 10 they either won't show up or you're hoping they won't show up. Today was the day where she did show up. And she comes up, she goes, "What a wonderful ball, sister." She goes, says Titania to Queen Maeve, and she goes, "Titania, so good of you to have shown up. I was worried you wouldn't make it on time." She's like, well, you see, it takes work to look this good, sister. I had to, unfortunately, arrive fashionably late. At this point, as I said, I would like a skill challenge. This is a social skill challenge. To just navigate the social scenes and cues of this party the goal, of course, is to avoid pissing anyone off, committing any social faux pas, as well as what's the word I'm looking for? Avoiding social faux pas, insulting someone, and generally just getting out of this without accidentally making any deals that you will regret. Like possibly getting drunk and sleeping with an Eladrin man who has charmed you. The charm doesn't last for too long, though. It eventually wears off. You are capable of making your own decisions, but you are very enamored with this individual. I would like to start skills that would be very helpful: performance, persuasion, the various charisma-based skills, but also knowledge-based skills and even physical-based skills in the correct methods can also be utilized in these circumstances. Essentially, instead of a physical, we got to do something that like only Ty's character would be helpful at. This is a social skill challenge, therefore, more social skills are more helpful.
AKA, I'm fucked because I'm a freaking barbarian.
No, I got a -1 to my charisma.
Oh no, Rob!
Same here. And
Right.
that is your
As
list.
there are only 4 of you, you can use any skill. You do not have to be proficient in it.
Okay.
Oh, good, because I don't think athletics, intimidation, nature, or perception is going to help in any way.
You can use intimidation. It's a social skill. You can make yourself seem fearsome and bold and
As a way of getting a job.
intimidate people with your presence. So they're like, ooh, this man's impressive. Giving off a demeanor of capable warrior-esque. Like you're not just some merchant captain. You're a pirate. You're a fighting captain. You fight. You're a warrior.
And yes, that's the time.
You do.
And yes, that's the time for Final Fantasy 14. And yes, she's a bitch to fight if you don't. When I fought her, she is a bitch to fight. Originally.
But who would like to start off this social encounter?
I guess the captains take the first step, and I'm actually going to do what you said. I'm try to
You're
use
going to use your intimidation to try
intimidation just to see it like, hey, I'm tough. I legitimately found you.
to present a hearted warrior who is like, you know, you're not being impolite, but you're definitely giving off the vibe of like, I'm a badass motherfucker, and I'm the last person in this room you want to fuck with.
So kind of like a bit of a boast.
Yeah, he kind of puffs his chest out. He makes sure the sword is easily hung from his thing. He gives a lot of social cues off. Fuck spider monkeys. He gives a lot of social cues off, and like, I'm a badass. And
Once we failed this horribly.
I will let you roll with advantage on this one because, like, you are a badass. You are a fucking barbarian warrior.
It doesn't matter.
Inspiration?
Wow. Would you like to use inspiration, gentlemen?
Yeah, because. Okay, 23. That's much better.
Excellent.
You know, maybe I just didn't hear, but how many successes and failures for this one?
I didn't say because I forgot to. Because this is the Fae, this is a Fae party, and Fae are masters of doublespeak and innuendos and subtlety. It's going to need 9 successes before 3 failures because you got to navigate the intrigue of Fae people. You aren't used to this level of high society intrigue, and you're not Fae, so you have to not only bridge the gap between common folk to high society, you also got to bridge the also alienness of the fact that they're Fae. There's the undercurrent of if you fuck up, all of you could die today.
Mm-hmm.
Or worse, because there are fates worse than death.
Oh
I'm
god.
going to say 9 before 3.
I'm gonna be a table leg for the rest of eternity, aren't I?
And we can't exactly get to our proper weapons in time, so you better pass this or else.
So, that was Captain Torb. Who would like to go next?
Question. I'm currently
Answer.
right by Queen Mab, and Queen Titania is on Queen Mabe, and Queen Titania is basically right in front of me.
Yeah, they're nearby. They're talking. Yeah. You're a little fly on the wall in this conversation as they're speaking.
Yeah. You know what? Unless Queen Mabe actually introduces me, I'm not going to introduce myself to Queen Titania because I don't want to be too presumptuous. So would this be an intelligence or wisdom save? Like, specifically to try and denote, like, what specific differences there are between, like, the social faux pas of the winter court and the summer court.
What was that role you were trying to go for? What was this guy?
I was wondering, like, if it would be either an intelligence or a wisdom check.
This would probably be a knowledge check. I would say either knowledge nature or knowledge arcana, whichever one's better for you.
I will go with knowledge nature. And please. Good number, big number. 16.
Pretty good. I'll say that succeeds. That you're able to use your knowledge of the Fey world, because you are a druid of dreams, that you use that knowledge to navigate. Eventually you enter the conversation, and you use that knowledge to kind of impress several Fey creatures around you. There are several Fey folk that are impressed by your ability to navigate the conversation when normally you and your kind would never be able to. Like you're playing a 3D chess match with words with these people, and your knowledge of how Fey society works and how you understand how Fey think and act, you're able to match them shot for shot. Which impresses several Fey, which pleases Queen Maid because her new servant is impressive to her social friends.
Phew!
That is one success. Who would like to go next?
But didn't the captain have a success? So
Yeah. That's 2 successes total. Come on, sorcerer, you have the best charisma in the party. Don't you got something?
I don't have any proficiency in skills that requires charisma.
What do
You can still roll it. There's only 4 of you, so I'm not going to require you to be proficient in it.
Okay.
Oh no, we lost Daniel.
Oh,
He got turned
by a
to.
satyr. He's somewhere in the back room.
He got turned to the table like, quick, run!
Oh no! That's if he's lucky. He can get a table leg. Not everyone gets to be lucky enough to be a table leg.
And he's back!
Oh my god, he wasn't turned into a table leg.
Well, I'll come back and go.
Anyway, Jim Pan, you were saying?
Sorry, I lost power.
performance to try to blend in.
What skill is this?
Performance.
Performance? To try and just weave through the crowd
Yeah.
and just simply be a part of the moving dance of the rhythm of life. Because of your good performance earlier, I'll let you roll with advantage on this one.
Okay.
Because many people around you are willing to move with your flow and rhythm.
21.
21. Another success. Who knew that you guys would be so good at social one?
I'm scared and I'm waiting for the other shoe to
Now,
drop.
who knew you guys would be good at a skill challenge that didn't allow you to summon just spider monkeys out of nowhere? Actually, I don't know. If you come up with a good reason to summon spider monkeys, I'll let you fucking do it.
Believe me, I'm gonna try and think my ass off for it.
Just so you can maintain the pattern of summoning something to do spider monkey nonsense.
Yes, have them as a
You're gonna
servant.
find a way to use conjure animals to like get to cheese this.
Distraction.
I don't think I'd be able to, but god damn it, I'll at least think if I
I
can.
mean, if you come up with a good way,
You start
Rob,
to
you're the
distract
last
everyone.
one. What would you like to do?
Well, this is a dance party. Acrobatics. I'm gonna dance.
You're gonna try and get on the dance floor and find some chicas and start dancing. Alrighty, give me that acrobatics to do some crazy dance maneuvers.
26.
26. There are several Fae who are at first, for a half second, they're confused by the choice of type of dancing, because this is like ballroom dancing, and you've chosen like some gymnastical type of dancing. But it doesn't take more than a second for other Fae to be like, yeah! and then and then several other Fae start also doing your crazy like kung fu acrobat dancing. Now we've gone into like part of the dance floor is our rave party. Rave lights come out. Because this is the Feywild, man. Shit could change at a moment's notice. Just went from a fucking fancy party to now there's half of the party's a rave party. Oops. Ha! Yeah, he just starts to break dancing. That is a 4th success. 5 more, gentlemen. Who would like to go next?
Fun.
Back to the top of the round. Who would like to go next?
Well, I'm going to roll perception to see what ladies I should speak to romance up a little bit, if you will, and what ladies I can stay away from, like if they're married or not interested, or at the very least, a little cuckoo.
Perception science. That's trying to read the room and the people. That sounds a lot more like an insight. Perception lets you spot what is obvious or what's there.
So I guess
insight lets you read and interpret things.
Then I'll take the chances with insight then.
Okay.
Even though I have a 1, so
essentially, though, you're trying to spot who are the people I should be talking to and who are the people I definitely should not be talking to.
Yeah. So this is the insight for me since I have a 1.
Always roll good.
18.
18. You easily spot, not being a Fey creature, not being from the Fey Wild, you at least know social circles. You know which group are way outside your league. You definitely shouldn't be interacting with them because that's just going to make you look like an idiot. You find people that are of a interest that you can present yourself to. Essentially, the people interested in sailing and your captaining experience, you make sure to hang out with them because that makes you the center of attention and makes you the most interesting person in that circle of people. And not go talk to like the mathematicians who will be talking about numbers that go way over your head. Or the gossip girls talking about stuff that you don't care about. So, yet another success. Who would like to go next? Bite my tongue!
Yeah, biting your tongue's never fun.
I got the pencil on my toe and the point of it hit me in the toe.
I got it.
I'm
gonna go with stealth. That way, now that I've done this, I'm going to try to avoid any major conversation. So I'm going to try to hide in the.
You're going to try and wallflower your ass out of here.
Exactly.
All right, roll me that stealth check. So you're trying to avoid fucking things up for your captain by just not being here. You're like a good sailor knows when his captain needs him in the action, and he also knows when the captain needs him to fuck off. I'm gonna fuck off.
22 wallflower moment.
22. You easily disappear out of this party, and you find yourself in the in one of the back servant rooms, like in the kitchen. Where all the servants are like cooking and whatnot, and you find some cool pastries. You're like, yoink!
Yeah, I just don't want anyone to interact with me, so I can't mess anything up. So
servants are too busy to talk to you. They ignore you unless you do something that gets in their way. In which case, they will politely but firmly tell you to get the fuck out of their way. Other than that, no one stops to have a conversation with you because they're working. They're servants. They're doing work.
Yes.
They don't have time to socialize.
My social skills are at level -3, and I'm still doing well.
Ha, yeah! Because it's called creativity, gentlemen. Gotta think outside the box. So you're thinking outside the box. Who would like to go next? Jimpan or Kiri?
I put a little thought into it. Looking around, does it seem like there are any servants that are like struggling to keep up with what their workload is?
Define struggling to keep up with their workload.
Like, it looks like they'd be like running ragged is because of like how quickly and how often.
No, because that would be a social faux pas. They would never present such a ragged appearance.
And
That would be insulting because it would mean that the queen didn't have enough servants to handle all the jobs without overworking her people.
Shit. Then, well, that takes away the one avenue for spider monkeys.
I mean, you can still summon spider monkeys if you want.
But I'd rather
You
have
have
a
to think of
reason.
a different way. Well, you don't have to do it in terms of helping someone in need of help, but that doesn't stop it from being a fun performance that you do for a show.
Mini circus.
Which would, of course, be a bit of a performance check.
I don't have performance.
But if you burn a spell slot, I will lower the DC as you're summoning spider monkeys.
I
Mini
will.
circus.
Yeah, you can do some Circus du Soleil shit with your spider monkeys and put on a show.
And I've kind of wrapped myself into doing this now. Now I'm really scared.
Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!
Okay, in the area where like you have a bunch of like the break dancers, I will summon
Or
forth
summons the spider monkeys to like do like some circus shit up in the upper area.
Yep, and to like
Only
also
performance with advantage. Now presenting for your viewing pleasure, Spider Monkeys!
19.
It's pretty good, that's a success. Mini Faye are like, most excellent indeed. Many of them start to clap, a few of them cheer, they're like, woo! Queen Maeve ignores Titania for a split second to admire the fact that you just put on a pretty cool show that has stolen all focus away from Titania, and now everyone's paying attention to Spider Monkeys that one of her people presented as a performance.
Entertainment.
As entertainment, yes.
Oh, thank God.
And many of them are going, oh, Queen Maeve, you didn't tell us you were going to put on a performance. This is divine. I knew coming to this ball was a great idea. You see, Harold, as she turns to like her person, you don't know what their relationship is, and he goes, right, good show indeed. I agree. What?
I'm like
I
scared.
am a stereotype. Yeah, he literally says that out loud. He just says, I'm a stereotype. And I go, oh, Harold, he does this sometimes. He likes to pretend to be a stereotype. Today he is the proper poshmark. Indeed, what? That's what they say, right? Yes, what? The Fae are whimsical like this. Like, this is the weird shit they do. Just pulling random shit out my butt. But that is another success, gentlemen. Japan, it's down to you on this second round.
Prestidigitation.
Oh, to add to the performance?
Yeah, sparkles and
Rave lights.
Remind me, have you already done a performance check already in this
yes.
song? And you cannot do a second one. So reminder, you can only do the skill once per person.
Yeah.
Insight.
Do you have any other skills that you could possibly play with presentation to do something with besides performance?
I use Arcana to more to
To put on a magical display of power
Yeah.
to create some cool fireworks? Yes, you can.
so Arcana.
Yes.
24.
24. Amazing, gentlemen. Good job. That is 8 successes, no failures so far. So far, the evening is going perfect. Top of the round, who would like to attempt to finish the social encounter skill challenge? Rob, do you wish to?
I wish to would do it.
What would you like to do?
Continuing on with the kind of stealth mentality of hiding from people, I wish to make a perception check to make sure that I'm watching the people so they can't watch me better.
To try and make sure you don't accidentally get spotted doing any social faux pas.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and roll that for me.
How does a 20 count for me?
It counts as a success, my good man. In fact, it's so successful, stealth mode on, so successful that not only do you avoid getting spotted doing any faux pas, you help ensure that your companions, your crewmen, your crewmates, are also not performing any social faux pas. With your hidden stealth and sharp eyes, being an archer, you are very astute at spotting things. There's a few times when a drink is presented to your captain and it doesn't quite make it into his hand, and you definitely slip in and catch it just enough to make sure his hand gets a good grip on it so he doesn't drop a glass or spill it on his fine coat. He's just like, oh, and you're just like, into his hand and then disappear back into the shadows. Like a good servant. You're just like, and a slight fix, and I'm out.
No social skills required, and I have a -1 charisma.
How the hell did we do this?
Perfectly.
9 successes, 0 failures. Gentlemen, you have a wonderful few hours in the evening. Many Fae are very impressed. Queen Mabe gets oodles of praise for her fine ball and her beautiful new songbird. And she is smug and satisfied that she showed up Queen Titania, who attempted to steal the center of attention in her own palace and ball and failed.
Somehow we did it.
You are all allowed to keep the beautiful, resplendent clothing when you guys leave.
I will keep it.
I would as well. I'm pretty
It is
sure
more
Jim Pants,
fine than anything you guys own, most certainly.
and I'm pretty sure Jim Pants already packing her nice new clothing.
I just see Jim Pan walk by with the fucking bag.
Yeah, exactly.
He just did.
Like, I'm pretty sure the Arcanist is already, before she even asks, hey, can keep the clothes, by the way. Oh no, I'm already keeping this.
She's like, I'm not asking permission. I'm a fucking pirate. I'm gonna take this. She just wears it right out the door.
I'm probably gonna say this later, but I never thought that Torg never thought this morning that he'll be on the board of high society, and we had to perform.
Not just high society, but high society of another world.
Yeah,
These are all
of the
things.
Fae.
Yeah.
And you somehow successfully navigated to not commit any faux pas, no social suicides to ruin everyone's.
No social suicides will probably lead to real suicide, but
it would certainly not be great for you. Social faux pas are a big thing in these kinds of societies. Even worse when the possibility of death or worse is on the table. Not just social death, real death.
Mm-hmm.
But you all, after a few hours, return back into the forest.
alright, once we're back in the forest, I take a look around to make sure we're not going to get snuck by anything.
Be very careful. Don't talk to any bushes. Don't trip over any logs.
Yep.
And I lead the way back to the Fae portal thing where we came from.
Perception is 6 to help keep an eye out for things.
I'm also going to roll perception.
You see a lot of birds that distract you. One of them goes, "What the fuck are you looking at?" Hey, you! Tweet, motherfucker! What you fucking looking at? Want to go? You want to go? The bird starts doing that like bird thing. up on a branch, and he's just like, "What? What? You want some of this? You want some of this? You want to go? You want to go, bro? Jersey Shore, bro. It's Jersey style. You shoot the bird. You just ignore the bird. You just keep walking. Yeah, you have an owl that starts flexing at you.
Unless it's the Feywild, it probably could actually flex arms at you.
And you know what? I'm not gonna fuck around with them. Not
That's why you better walk away.
all.
Fucking Jersey style. Ugh.
Hey, I'm from Jersey.
Like, yeah, fuck that guy. Fucking eyeballing us. Yeah. Let's go, bro. Let's go, boys. The birds just fuck off. Feywild's weird. Birds and mushrooms trying to start shit with you.
Yep.
Eventually, you guys exit the Fey Crossing. It is morning now. You went in here at evening, and the sun had not come up while you were in the Feywild, but it is now morning.
Like early morning or like mid morning?
Early morning.
Okay, so enough for us to where we can at least adjust the light easier and not go blind.
And once we exit the Feywild, I've never thought in all my years, when I put my power fight for the very first time, that I'd be on the edge of high society, and we actually hit a home run.
I am unsure if we would ever see anything of such beauty again, or at least if we'll ever see it again.
And you know what?
Almost away from ship ventures like this. This is amazing. I want to come more.
Does Rob still smell of lavender, or?
I mean, unless he had some other scent thrown at him, you all smell of whatever soap you used.
Yeah.
Now, Ice. Not that we actually call it by your name now. Now, Ice. On the way back, I'm going to explain what weed and what weed is.
Yeah, because your hair was like
Bush someone go, "Hey man, don't be like that. Don't be a downer, man. Just enjoy life."
I start running away.
Costume closes.
I start running away.
Don't do that. Don't leave. No, man, come back. Yeah, fuck him.
We can be good in limited amounts, but not when you're about to go to not moments before you go against the Queen of the freaking Fae, for Christ's sakes. It's like if I show up to the High Captain's office, like you.
Ah.
In fact, the only difference is at least you could run away to our ship. We didn't have that option.
I suppose we might as well get back to our ship.
Yes. I'm pretty sure the lovely vampires will be waiting for us to teleport to ship them off.
And yes, when we meet them, we must wear our nice, resplendent clothing.
Again, switch us to the Swordcrest map. You guys can see the stuff here. You arrive back in town, and you notice the town is a lot more further along than you recall it being in terms of its repairs and whatnot. What you thought was the beginnings of rebuilding after a fairly close disaster with the strange elder beings, you see. Everybody roll me an insight check. Anyone proficient in carpentry tools may also roll with advantage in this circumstance, which I don't think any of you are.
Please save us, Rob.
Rob?
I'm seeing if I'm proficient in certain tools.
I don't think you are.
Not those tools. Okay.
Yeah, because
I grant you a grand
shit.
total of 2.
So you guys don't know shit, right? And these guys probably work real fast. This has only been a couple days. Wow. We've only been gone for like a day. Like these guys work quick.
Man,
Whatever.
must have been doing well with these people.
Like, are we sure we'll be gone for a day? Jesus.
They did a lot of work in only a day.
Time kind of moves differently in the Fey realm.
He caught me first before I could say it. Inspiration for you, Carrie.
Like, how differently?
If it was night, I could get a better idea of what the phase of the moon is.
Boy.
But
There is an established calendar in this world. You could also just ask someone, "Hey, what day is it?"
Yeah, there's also that.
Hey, boss. What day is it? Sorry.
It's the 18th. That's 7 days past when you guys went into the Fey Crossing, by the way.
No,
it's not. The 11th.
It's the 12th.
Oh. I thought it was me, the dungeon master. I'm like, fuck you, I know what time it was.
No,
the guy's like, no, sir, you've been doing too much of the drinking. You've lost a couple of days. It's the 18th, my good man.
Day.
Dude, I'm looking at the calendar. It is the 18th. What the
Not just self.
You guys went there for 1 day. In this world, 7 days passed.
So 1 day. So 1 day in the Fey world equals 7 days in this world.
Not necessarily. It's not that cut and dry.
And it also could go backwards.
I've never had anything like this. I think I need to be checked out.
Okay, I can check it out.
You do have a surgeon. You have 2 surgeons on your ship. One of which is right there next to you.
Yes, I'm asking the surgeon to check me out because I've never lost that much time. By any means.
He's like, all of somebody goes, how drunk did I get last night?
Wait. When did we say that we were going to be back for the vampires?
13th. The 13th.
Oh, fuck. If the ship isn't completely vampirized by now or gone, we just pissed off the wrong people again.
Check.
It depends on how they look at it.
If we go for we dress nice and fancy, say that we kind of established some potential connections in the Fey realm, especially in the Winter Court. Maybe that could help. We didn't piss them off.
So what are you guys doing?
We started to get back to our ship.
You're late for a very important date.
I'm
in the ship and going to sleep because apparently I have had too much of whatever.
You arrive on the ship. Many of your crew is on the ship, but not everybody's on the ship. There are some people who are not. Of the people on your ship, Vola is currently missing. She's not on the ship. Ryota is. He's handling some. He's having some people scrub the decks, swab it, keep it nice and clean and well maintained. When you arrive, he presents himself.
Okay.
Iziel's on the ship, and he's being kept below decks. He has not been allowed to leave the ship or go on to above decks for fear of him possibly eating somebody. Drusilla is currently gone. Who else is there? Leibowitz is on the ship. He doesn't leave the ship very often. Let's see, of your retainers. Leibowitz is there. Drusilla is gone. Ryota is there. The Songbird sisters are currently missing. Iziel's there. Stone is there. Nezor is not there. Kreve is. Sariel is. Vola is not.
Well, we're missing 5.
And there's small pockets of varying different deckhands that are not there. Some you see on the docks, like loading up cargo and stuff like that. Others you see, look down the docks, down the distance. There you see a couple of them stumbling. No, it's too early. Sorry, a couple of them leaving an inn that they decided to sleep on because they wanted to sleep on a bed. They wanted to spend some of their money to sleep at an inn or a brothel. There's also brothels along the streets. A couple of them come walking out of these brothels first thing in the morning, arm in arm, going ha ha ha, with big happy grins on their face as they paid some of their money. Presumably during the several days you were missing, your quartermaster allowed shore leave whilst you were gone, with still work being done as well.
Could you repeat the names of who are missing? The Songbird sisters, Vola, Nezor.
Songbird sisters are gone. Vola is gone. Nezor is gone. Drusilla's gone.
Okay.
So Vola, Nezor, Drusilla, both Songbird sisters, and Drusilla.
So 6 people are missing.
People who are still on is Leibowitz, Ryota, Iziel, Stone, Creve, Sariel. So 6 people are still here. 1, 2,
5 are missing.
3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 are missing.
6.
5.
Who's the 6?
2.
Bola, Norixis, both Songbird sisters, and Drusilla. That's 5.
Okay, so that's 5. My bad.
Unless you're counting Master Creed, but he left before
Yeah, but we know why you left.
You have to go do cult stuff.
Okay, first question. When I do apologize, I did know that one day the Fairwire could take up to a week in the real world.
Real quick question. Who are you talking to? What member of your crew are you talking to? So I know how they react to you, because I need to know, because some of them react differently.
Who's in charge of the ship right when I get back?
Technically, if everybody of the senior staff is gone, it's the junior officers, and the highest ranking junior officer is the bosun, which is Ryota. He's
talking to
handling the day-to-day.
So I'm talking to
He
Ryota.
stands there at attention in his ninja gi costume and mask that he wears on a regular basis, and just...
Crap, he doesn't talk back. This is gonna be fun. I can't even apologize for taking too long, even though... Yeah.
Has anyone of your party taken the time to learn sign language in your downtimes?
I think Creed did.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
And he's not here anymore.
You guys have several days of travel at any given time that does allow for downtime to do things like learn skills, learn proficiencies, learn languages.
I want to learn sign language.
What was that, Jim Pad?
When I had time, I want to learn sign language.
Oh, you were actually trying to learn sign language?
Oh, I will start to learn.
Oh, you would like to
when we have time.
when you
When we
have
have time.
Cool. Yeah, when you're in between making them waffles, I see in your hands. Waffles. Somebody's making breakfast. Ooh. Like burgers too. Like
Burgers.
waffle burgers.
Oh, the flats. Bread.
Oh, okay. It looked like a waffle at first when it just kind of flashed past the camera, because it looked like it was made with like a waffle iron, but no, it's just bread.
Like welcome to Cooking with Jim Pan Tonight, breakfast
Starring
waffle.
Jim Pan, with guests Shendu, Kiri, Daniel, and Pai. We all make fun of his culture. No, I'm just kidding. They look like just regular like beef patties, so like just regular ass hamburgers. But,
okay, so there's no senior staff.
So yeah, your bosun stands at attention and awaiting any possible orders you may give him.
Alright, so there's no senior staff members, and Bolson is not exactly vocal, so we can't exactly know what happened.
He starts to do hand signs at you, and one of the deckhands nearby goes, he asks, "What would you like to know, sir?"
Oh, okay. Did the vampire systems come up on the ship recently? We didn't know we'd be gone for that long.
They arrived and we told them that you were not here yet, sir. And a messenger would be sent back at the earliest time you would be able to be presentable. I don't actually know sign language, so I'm just doing hand waving.
No problem. All right, send the messenger then.
Aye, Captain.
And where's the senior staff? Is everything okay?
Everything is perfectly fine. Drusilla went to go get more cooking supplies.
We apologize we apologize when you watch people watches on YouTube for that no sign
Anyone
language.
who's only listening to the audio version is only getting half the enjoyment. Gotta watch the camera, folks.
Yep.
But Drusilla is off getting food.
Assuming Ty's recording this
supplies.
particular thing.
I'm recording this as usual, and,
Okay.
and I'm going to post it to YouTube. It's recorded to Twitch as usual, so I'm going to post it to
It
YouTube as
says that
usual.
Zola and Nezor went to go take care of the silver bars you wanted to be dealt with. The trade bars.
All right.
The ones that you had to have melted down because they had the Bulger's the Bulger's Gate fucking stamp on it that
Yeah.
had to be melted.
Yeah, we had to unmark that stuff.
Yeah. So she went to the blacksmithy. He tells you which smithy if you wish to go retrieve her yourself. And fucking Ruputsu, watch out! And who else was missing? Oh, and he says the Songbird sisters are performing every night until you came back. I can send somebody to go retrieve them as well.
Once the Vampire Sisters arrive, please do so.
Do you want them on the ship before they arrive or after they arrive?
After they arrive.
I would like to state
so
that
you want them to show up in the middle of the night. As a reminder, they are vampires. They will not show up until later this evening.
Then before they arrive, because I think everyone will be back on the ship by then.
Cool. He goes, I will send messages to the Songbird sisters and have them retrieved.
Captain, should we be dressed in like nice clothing to show that we might have made friends with other high society?
We're probably good. We're probably gonna keep our high level clothing for now. Until
If nothing else.
And speaking of high level, I'm gonna get some high level food.
Rob?
Was this
Bosun pulls you aside and has you go and inform the quartermaster that the captain has arrived. You've been selected to do so.
And speaking of high level food, I'm about to get some high level food. That's where my camera's off. I'll be right back.
Ryota grabs another deckhand, has him go retrieve the Sovereign Sisters, and he has another one. This one being more drow, also go and retrieve Drusilla. So he essentially sends 3 different deckhands out. Rob, you're the one who went to go get Vola and Nezor. Because presumably they're near each other because they both went to go do that job because it was a 2-person job. What would you guys do?
Can we take maybe a 5-minute break?
Sure. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break, everybody.
Yeah, even if he had been outside during the rainstorm. Guys to come back in beforehand. You're not getting fed supper. It's only talk. Are you cold?
We finally got the air compressor fixed for the AC unit. So my parents like it cold. Granted, I like it cold too, but at least with it's cold, you can just add layering. That, and I think kind of the withdrawals kind of affecting chills. I kind of understand why a lot of the people at the methadone clinics had blankets now.
Hey, he's back.
I'm back. So we're at the harbor now. Yeah. Is everyone back?
I'm back.
I'm front. See, this is front.
I only present my front. I never present my rear.
Yeah, I don't have a 3D camera.
So is Ty here? He's the only one whose camera I don't see.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Why the hell did this thing have my region set as Brazil?
Wait, what?
Like, right in the area like where our webcams are, there's like this little option that says region. It was listed as Brazil for some reason.
What are you in Brazil for?
I don't know. I just switched it back to US East.
You seem real cold to be in Brazil.
I can assure you I'm not in Brazil. And I suspect withdrawals made the chills feel worse.
So, gentlemen, you having a good time so far? Everything going great?
Yes.
Fun.
Excellent.
And I'm still questioning how the hell we made that skill check.
I mean,
The dice just want to
Daniel
say.
didn't roll lower than a 20, though. His 3-4 times he rolled?
3. But I also chose 3 skills that I'm really good at.
Because that's the point of skill challenge, is to obviously focus on skills you're good at, not just the applicable ones. You look at the skills you're good at, and you try to find a way to apply them.
Yep. Like me trying to figure out knowledge nature. What exactly is the faux pas I should be aware of?
What is the fastest way to not piss off the Fae people?
And somehow, rolling a nat 20 with the performance check for the spider monkeys.
It was some Circus Delay stuff. Cirque Delay. It was a marvelous performance. It's a marvelous performance.
I'm very proud of you for that moment.
I came up with the use for spider monkeys.
As is the nature of the skill challenges, we have to find a way to squeeze spider monkeys into it. Much like when back in the day when I streamed Scribblenauts, I was like, how many solutions could I use a small baby as the like how many problems could I use a small baby as the solution to?
I'm guessing it turns out a lot.
Surprisingly, there are a lot of problems that can be solved by adding a small baby to it. A cannibal's hungry, give him a small baby. You need something to fire out of this cannon, give him a small baby.
Have a flawed chest, set a dead baby on.
Yeah. Scribblenauts is all about like you type in something and you write something or you come up with a word and it creates the object. Yeah, it's a little like point and click adventure kind of a thing. But yeah, there was surprisingly a large number of solutions that involved dead babies or live babies. Most of which they were a live baby.
But not for long.
What's bad is how
10.
yeah.
Sorry it took so long, gentlemen.
Oh, we haven't
What'd you
waited
get?
so long. It's only been like a minute.
So what did you get for your culinary delight?
Oh, me, just some leftover Chinese fruit, a beef patty, and of course my medicine.
Can't go wrong with Chinese.
Except, if they're Chinese spies. They could go very wrong with Chinese.
Very much so.
Look at you, Chinese spies that are watching me. Get a load of this. See all this.
Oh,
Yep.
boy.
To which the NSA and KGB operatives watching and going say, hello. Probably some DHS. Probably some French spy network as well.
Nah, they're not that impressive. Just kidding. I actually don't know much about the Secret Service. I don't know much about the intelligence service of a lot of the European countries because they just don't get talked about very much.
Yeah, the only ones you really know about are like the NSA, the KGB.
Well, you know them because they were like the two superpowers that were battling it out, so everybody knows about their exploits back in like the Cold War because of all the spy movies and shit.
Mm-hmm.
The old James Bond stuff.
Spy ever, by the way.
Do what?
He's the worst spy ever, by the way.
Yeah, because the moment he walks in the room, everybody fucking immediately sees him.
And they all recognize him.
Yeah, they all know who he is. It's like, you are a terrible fucking spy.
Which has led me to believe some of the funny theories that I've seen online is that James Bond is actually the distraction for the actual spies.
For the real spies that actually do the real fucking work.
Mm-hmm.
He's the face, the socialite. The actual spies do all the real work. But the idea behind James Bond when he was first written as like a character was that he was a male fantasy. The man who could do everything, did everything, got everything, could sleep with any woman, could do the coolest action sequences, and walk away with a fucking martini in his hand, shaken, not stirred, and be untouched. Like that was the appeal of the character. Because if you remember correctly, he was written during a time when society wasn't super bright.
I mean, it was written by Ian Fleming, and Ian Fleming was a part of Operation Mincemeat, which is a really neat World War II thing.
Yeah. And again, remember the time period, like there was a lot of bad shit happening. So it's like he was presented as a character that was the epitome of masculinity at that time.
Yep.
Nowadays, when we look back at it, we go, this guy was a bit of a pig. He'd fucking go for the married women. It's like, that's awful. It's like, oh, you're not my type. Stupid? No, single. It's like, wow. Like, I remember that line from one of the movies. When he said to somebody, where it's like, you're not my type, and she replies with stupid, and he goes, no, single. Because he likes married women. I'm like, wow. Looking back at that, it's like, damn, Bond, you were kind of an ass. Like he was presented as like the guy every man wants to be, but then when you actually grow up or you get out of that type of time period, and look back and you go, I do not want to be like James Bond. He gets shot at all the time. He's kind of a chauvinistic asshole. And he has no actual romance in his life. He has a lot of sex, but that's about it. He's going to die a very lonely, lonely man. Surrounded by no one. He has no real friends. Sounds like a miserable existence to me, personally.
Yeah, because at least Batman has Catwoman if he wanted to.
He has both Wonder Woman and Selena Kyle. He's kind of danced around those relationships for many years.
He's also had Batgirl too, and Batwoman.
Oh yeah, that's right.
How about Batwoman's list?
Barbara Gordon.
Yes.
Who I think nowadays is the Oracle because she got shot in the spine and can't do crazy acrobatic nonsense anymore.
No, recently they said the spinal damage is only temporary. But
Anyway, gentlemen, are we ready to continue?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. I'll get my ambience back on. Come on, thank you. I remember they brought me some stuff. Set it on off to the side. But, right. Rob, you were sent off to go get Bola. Another deckhand was sent off to go get the Songbird sisters. And then a third one was sent to go and attempt to find Drusilla. But we all know if Drusilla doesn't want to be found, she won't be found. So she'll show up at some point, eventually. She won't be gone forever. Like, she'll come back eventually. What would the rest of you guys be doing while... We'll cut to what Rob does when he gets to retrieve the quartermaster, the newly minted quartermaster, in a moment. What do the rest of you guys do upon your ship?
I figure I'd spend like maybe an hour or two just walking around the town. Get an idea of like what's been built back, what's still being worked on.
A lot of things. There is a lot of various damage here and there. Nothing like so devastating that the town is like obliterated, but like,
It's seen better days.
There's a few places that have seen better days.
By chance, on the street, do I see anybody I recognize?
You see a lot of people you recognize. You've been in this town, or you've been in the city a lot. Can you be more precise?
Do we see the creepy woman with the baby carriage who was just staring at us?
No. You see a baby carriage unattended in an alleyway. You don't see a woman, and as far as you know, you don't know if there's a baby in it or not. You can't tell from this distance.
Turning around. Nope.
You're just going to abandon the baby carriage like that? Okay.
Nope. I know a trap when I see one.
Okay. Is that what you're doing there, Dr. Ice?
Yeah.
Abandoning small children in an alleyway? As far as you know, just an empty carriage? You don't know. You have no idea if there's anything in it, because you'd have to walk over and look at it. Anyone else? Anything else you guys wish to be doing, or?
Other than getting I think gain new bullets. Walk the troop back, and
Any kind of purchase or upgrade you guys had wanted to have done, most likely has been done within the 7 days you've been gone.
sweet.
What those were, I don't know. I left that up to you guys. Other than like something you would need a wizard to do, everything else can be acquired and done here. I assume you guys have already taken care of the money and the items. Just let me know what it is that you acquired when you have that list of things you've acquired recently, as when last we spoke, because I don't remember, because that was like a month ago. And I didn't write any of it down because it's not my job to keep up with your nonsense.
Well, fortunately, it's on YouTube right now, so right there we got that could be.
Oh, you guys had like another like Discord channel group, something or whatever that you guys kept all that archived or something.
Yeah.
That I wasn't invited to. But jokes aside, though, I'll leave that up to you guys. Just let me know what it is that you acquired whenever you have that information on hand. In the meantime, Jimpan, something your character wanted to do, Arcanist.
Yes, I want to try to learn sign language with Ryota.
Okay. Alright, Shark.
Like 70 days.
And I start to learn.
You know that? I was trying to hear you knew it was 70.
It's 70 days is to do. And that's 78-hour days. I was doing 2 different ones, remember? I was working
70
on...
seems still long for a single language, though.
No. Because I did look it up myself. I'm pretty sure it's 70. I can pull up. Give me a second.
Yeah, I got to look here too. I'm gonna look at that because that seems longer than it should be. It should take that damn long to learn a new language.
To learn a tool or a 70 days.
Oh, here it is. Retrieving a training or receiving training in a language or tool typically takes at least 10 work weeks. But this time is reduced by a number of work weeks equal to the character's intelligence modifier. An intelligence penalty doesn't increase the time needed. Training costs 25 per work week. How long is a work week? That's like 5 days or 7 days?
5 days. The work week is...
I know that's how we define it as. I want to make sure that's the same as the mechanics defined it. Unknown activities are tasks that usually take a work week, 5 days or longer to perform. So it's 50 days, or this time is reduced by a number of work weeks. What is your intelligence modifier, Japan? 2?
Oh.
So that would be... Is that 10, right?
It's
10, so 8 work weeks. So 80 days. Sorry. 8 times 5 is 45, so 45 days.
And these are 8-hour, I'm assuming they are 8-hour days.
Yeah. Because a work week is the 5 days, and the assumption is on the days that you're doing that, on the page, it is over the course of an 8-hour day, I believe. But when you guys are out to sea, you just start ticking them down. If you are opting to do a downtime activity, because if you're opting to do a downtime activity, you're also not doing travel responsibilities.
That's why Creed never did a lot of travel responsibilities.
But he was the first mate, so he got away with it.
Mm-hmm. And because I was running, I didn't sleep. I could do 2 of them at the same time.
Yeah, because you would do one during the day and one during the evening.
Exactly.
But yeah, so it'll take you 45 days, Jimpan, to learn sign language. Because you are, I believe, technically more intelligent than Creed was.
Yes.
But you have to actually sleep, unlike Creed.
Mhm.
And thanks to the fact that you're also the first mate, you can put somebody else's ass up in the crow's nest and make them do it during those times when you want to learn sign language.
Not to mention, you've also got to make sure that both in Ryota isn't doing his stuff. Because
That
he's
is
the
true.
only one that can teach you.
Well, he's not the only one who knows it, so technically he's not the only one that can teach her.
Someone
I
can
think it's the other one.
Do what?
Vola's the other.
No, Vola doesn't know sign language. No, yes, she does. There are more than like 2 or 3 people on your ship that know sign language because he works with like a team of carpenters and shipwrights and whatnot. So like there are several crewmen on this ship that he has taught sign language to. You guys just never asked, so we never taught it to you. Because you're all a bunch of rude people that don't care about your crew.
Hey, I was trying to learn learn languages.
I know, I'm just fucking with you.
I don't want to hear that.
You're a bad person, you should feel bad for it.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, jokes aside, you said you're going to start attempting to learn any and all sign language skills and whatnot. Is there anything you want to? That's like some future stuff. Is there any immediate things that Artemis Inferno is doing, Johan?
Nope.
Okay. Rob, you have been sent to the blacksmithy to go and retrieve or to inform the quartermaster. The captain has finally arrived. One moment. And you get there, you get to the blacksmithy, and you find Bola and Nezor, who have rented the place to utilize its smelting capabilities. A lot of people on the ship for a while, and so you know quite a bit about many of the crewmen on this ship. Master Creed was probably one of the most fearsomely terrifying people on the ship, and the only person who comes close to that level of intimidation, of strictness, and someone you would not want to disappoint, fail, piss off, or mess with in any way is Vola, who is very similar to Creed in a lot of different ways in terms of how tightly she runs the ship. You very rarely see her outside her armor. She is always in full plate armor, battle ready, and ready to fight at a moment's notice. When you get to the blacksmithy, you find Vola not wearing her armor. She has actually stripped most of it off, and she's wearing essentially like the medieval equivalent of like a sports bra. And as she's working the bellows, just pumping these bellows, she is covered in sweat, her muscles bulging with strain as she's and she's taking this hot molten silver and pouring it into various casts to recast it into iron trade bar or silver trade bars with the stamps missing. Nezor is standing by with assisting her, pulling large amounts of chains to like help move and tip this large cauldron of molten silver in it. He is also drenched, and you notice there's a few like singe spots where like a spark landed on his fur and just went, and it's just like fuck. Bugbears don't like to be, in a smithy as much. So Vola's the one who's a lot closer to the metalworking than he is. But you notice several burn patches like all over his body from errant sparks that have landed on his fur and then burnt all the hair, and he doesn't look too happy about it. What would you like to do?
Master Helmsman, we have returned. The captain is at the ship waiting y'all's return. How much
Well,
longer will y'all be before so I can inform him?
Well, like takes like these like large goggles that she's been wearing, like these little like blacksmith like goggle things. She wipes her face off. She takes them off, and there's this like ring of like soot and sweat and dirt like around her eyes, so she looks like a reverse raccoon. So it's like whiter on the inside and like more darker around her face. So like a reverse raccoon. And she takes them off. She goes, "I think these are we're almost done. I think we have a few more left to cast. We've been working on this for a few days. Let the captain know I will return with all of his newly minted silver trade bars by the... Like, does a quick count. Late afternoon, before sundown.
Will inform. Is there anything I can get y'all?
Hand me those tongs."
And I will hand her the tongs.
She takes the tongs and she like buries them into this massive furnace that is just roaring with flame, and she pulls out another crucible, is what they're actually called. Fun fact. Pulls out a massive crucible, and like takes that, and her and Nezra both grab the thing and like tip it over to like pour more molten silver into these little like molds that they've made to recast them into the usable silver trade bars without stamp. And they just go back to work.
Is there anything that we could do to improve your speed?
No, if we get too many hands in here, they'll just get in the way. We'll be done before sundown.
I will inform the captain, and I will snap to and disappear.
Excellent. And she dismisses you without another thought.
Well, then I will return to the ship, and I will look for the first mate. So, first mate Linbarn. Ma'am.
You find the shipmaster, first mate, and Arcanist Lanparin on the ship, I presume.
Ma'am, I have news. Vola and Nezor said that they will be completed with their task by sundown, and that they will be returning shortly after that with all the captain's goods.
Good.
Is there anything else
Comes
you
up
need?
to you and says, and the Somber Sisters will be arriving shortly after lunch.
Is there anything else you require, Cap?
No, I'm actually going to ironically go to sleep
No.
early so that I could wake up by the time the vampires arrive. Or at least be a little bit more fully rested than usual.
It's bad to be sleepy around vampires, generally, yeah.
Say again?
I said it's definitely bad to be sleepy around vampires. Just generally
Yeah.
a good, wise decision there.
Like, if anyone needs me and it's an emergency, I'll be in my room.
Don't need me unless there's an emergency happening. So you better not need me. I don't want to hear any emergencies.
See, y'all already missed Creed. Creed handled all of this shit.
Yeah. It was
messenger
Creed.
arrived.
He would have been in charge, but since he's gone,
A messenger that the bosun had sent off to go and inform the Duchess that you had arrived returns with a new message saying that she will be arriving by that evening, right at 1 hour after sundown.
Okay.
very well.
Let us prepare for that.
Let us dress up nicely in the resplendent clothing.
Bosun turns and starts having people make sure the ship is tip-top shape and spotless. It's already clean. He makes them clean it again. And then he makes them clean it a third time, just to be sure.
Yeah.
Can never be too
Doesn't
sure.
I have to wear my fancy stuff too?
If you just got that fancy stuff, you better be wearing it the second time.
Okay.
So I want to make sure all of my sailing privates are all in the best dress blues. All the bells and whistles.
Mm-hmm.
Like that goes for the rest. Before I went to bed, like that goes for the rest of you. Try to at least when the vampires arrive, try to look at your best.
Aye, Captain. We'll be sure to make sure we're all dressed to the nines, sir.
Very well. And the captain crawls in his room and goes to sleep.
Can't have that high.
One of them goes, I just had somebody say dressed to the nines, so I thought that was the right term to say. Obviously it was, because the captain just let it go. A couple guys high five because they're like, yeah, we did it! Use our new word of the day.
Yep. I'll also rest until an hour before sunset.
Shortly after lunch, the Songbird sisters return, as well as Drusilla. The messenger eventually came back, unable to find her, and then she just appears behind him as he's going, I don't know where she is. I can't find her in the city. And she just, like, appears behind him and, like, walks around him and is just like, I'm right here. Oh, good to see you, shipmaster, Arcanist. I'm about to make lunch. Would you like some?
Yes.
Excellent. She makes lunch for everybody.
This isn't as good as the other food.
Don't let Drusilla hear you say that.
Well, son, if you don't like my cooking, you're more than welcome not to eat. And she gives this, like, wolfish-like smile of predatoriness. As I will remind you all, Drusilla is a drow. So you may take that meaning as you wish, as she continues to prepare all of your foods. At one point, there's a huge ruckus as a rat is found on the ship, and several crates get knocked over as Isil chases after it. At one point, one of the crewmen, she is gets scooped up onto Isil's back because it, like, runs between her legs, and Isil just dives between her legs and then, like, comes up because he's got that bit of a hunch back. So if you remember correctly, gnolls are pretty fucking big. They're like 7 feet fucking tall. These things are massive. 7 to like 8 feet tall. So, like, even on all fours, he's like a greyhound. He's pretty goddamn big. And so when he dives under her legs, he kind of, like, unseats her and then takes off, and she is now on his back going, oh, what the fuck? I'm being kidnapped! As she is now riding him around, unable to just pop off because he's moving at, like, full speed. And then eventually gets accidentally thrown off the ship into the water. It's just,
Go. Rope.
You just have somebody throw a rope to her, and she, like, climbs back out. She's, like, wringing her hair out because she looks like a drowned rat now. Speaking of drowned rats, eventually you hear as Izio catches that fucking rat and eats it. And he eats it, bones and all. There's nothing left. Not even the skin or fur is left behind as he eats it. He just devours it.
No evidence that it ever existed.
It is of interest only to historians.
Now looking up after him.
What was that, Jimpa?
No, clean up after him. Pick up the...
And he points a random crewman like, you, clean this shit up. Yes, Arcanist. They start putting all the crates back, and they, like, lash them back down, getting ready to travel because you, I believe, have you given orders that the ship must be ready to leave by this evening or by tomorrow morning?
By this evening.
Got it.
We leave tomorrow morning. We don't want to leave before seeing the vampire ladies.
Well, what I mean is, like, when they board, is that when you're going to leave, or are you going to try to travel at night, or are you going to host them when they arrive and then leave the next morning?
Host them, I think, might be best.
Roast them?
Yes, host them. Have you never heard that term?
I didn't say host. I said roast.
Oh no, you're not roasting the vampires. That's a bad idea. It's a bad career move. It's a bad career move for pirates, especially given how both magically, physically, and politically powerful they are. These are not people you want to fuck with.
Alright.
Generally.
I think we should host them and then leave tomorrow morning with when most of the crew is fully rested.
Okay, so they will start lashing down and preparing the ship to be capable of leaving tomorrow morning, with the exception of a few things that you still need to have available for that day, evening, and by tomorrow morning. But the ship is being made ready to be capable of leaving upon the morrow. Towards the late afternoon, eventually, Drusilla return. Not Drusilla. Vola and Ezra return carrying a large crate, a large chest of newly minted silver trade bars, with minus their stamp.
Yay.
Let's see, it was 4,000 trade bars. Each weighs 1 pound and is worth 5 gold each for a total of 20,000 gold.
Yeah.
You lost probably with the melting of them and the remolding them and the recasting. You probably lost 10%. No, how much did I say? I don't remember. I don't remember. Don't worry about it for now.
Hey,
You lost some percentage. I think 10 might have been higher than
a sellable 10% is a lot better than unsellable 100%.
That is true. But
not 90%.
I don't know if I said 10% at the time. I'll have to look back at my notes and decide like what is the percentage of loss because there is some cast off when you have to when you melt something down, remold it, and then you gotta like reshape it properly. There is going to be some amount of silver that is lost. You're not going to have all of the bars perfectly. And what that percentage is, I don't remember off the top of my head. I have to check the notes again. But that's fine. We'll worry about that later. She arrives back in her armor. You inform her, I assume, of what's going to be happening that evening. She and Nezzer go and dress more appropriately. And clean up, because like they are filthy, because they've been working in a blacksmithy for several days. So they are covered in dirt and soot and sweating profusely. Even in the cool breeze of the harbor, they are sweating. Again, they're in a small enclosed place with a lot of heat. But eventually, I saw how the same is going. There it is. That's wrong. You eventually, as the sun goes down, you have, I assume, many of your sailors presentable, dressed well. The ship is many of the brass fittings that are on certain parts of the ship, or metal fittings, are polished to a nice shine.
And I, of course, wake up.
Clean.
Wake up, rest to the night. Wake up, wash myself, and rest to nines.
Wake up, wash yourself, dress to nines as well.
Is wearing her armor, as she usually does, but his armor has several dents that have been repaired. scratches that have been rebuffed, and it is newly polished. As she stands at the foot of the gangplank and what's what I'm looking for? In a parade rest stance, awaiting orders and to greet your guests. Or I assume some of you may be standing as well.
Yep.
In addition to Vola, who else is standing at this gangplank awaiting your newly arriving guests?
Me.
And
Dr. Ice.
me.
Dr. Ice and Arcanus Unforeign. Anyone else?
Should the captain be here?
That's up to him.
No.
Okay.
I think the cap should be on the ship ready for.
At the head of the gangplank rather than at the foot of the gangplank?
Yeah.
Little bit of a power move.
No. Damn it.
There's nothing wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just simply stating that that it does come across as a little bit of a power move. It's like, this is my ship. You come up to me. I don't come down to you.
Exactly. You are the captain of this
She
ship.
is a duchess, but
Yeah.
just because she's a noble rank and you're not, doesn't mean that the power dynamic is all in her favor. This can be a perfectly legitimate and reasonable power move that you do to establish the pecking order.
Yeah.
So that's what you want to do?
Yeah.
Give me just a basic intimidation check, if you will, please.
Oh boy.
Don't roll like garbage.
I hope so.
And he rolls a 4.
Does he?
That's impossible. I have a 5 intimidation.
Somehow you rolled a -1 on the dice.
Oh boy, 16.
16's pretty good. That wasn't the other number, but hey, 16's okay.
Hey, I wish it was the other number, but hey.
But are you wearing that fancy sailor coat,
Of course.
captain's coat? Okay. How is Artemis Important dressed? She dressed in the ball gown, or is she dressed more in sailing attire?
Sailing it. Or find yes. That from the Thailands.
Okay. You have some good sailing uniform attire that you dress into rather than a big fancy ball gown? I believe you have linked the image in the past. I just don't remember off the top of my head what it was.
Give me a second. This one.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's what I thought. So you're standing with
I
Vola,
was just
the
about to
first
go
mate
look at
and
that.
quartermaster, at the foot of the gangplank, along with Dr. Ice.
And I'm wearing
Interesting trio. Oh, what was that, Kerry?
and I'm wearing like the clothing they got in the Feywild.
So the splendid robes of druidness.
Mm-hmm.
As you await, as the sun has long since passed down over the horizon, many people off to bed or late evenings in the taverns, emerging from the misty shadows of the darkness, 2 figures approaches. One of which is carrying a very large wrapped object. It's like got like canvas wrapping around it, and she's like carrying it like on her back. Like if you guys ever saw Trigun, the guy who carried the cross, kind of imagine like that. It's just this big fucking thing that she's just dragging around on her back. Fuck, what was his name? I can't remember the character's name now. Fuck. It's been a long time since I've seen Trigun, but we all know who I'm talking about. The guy
Nicholas Wolfwood, I think.
Yeah.
Wolfwood, yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, imagine like Wolfwood carrying around his big ass cross that's also a fucking gun that carries other guns, that carries rockets, that carries more guns. weird. But instead of a cross, it's more of a box shape. You could probably guess what it is. NPCs. Nobles. Here we go. The one carrying the box, I will remind you, looks like this. She is wearing full plate armor, pale white skin, long insider fangs, and pure white hair. In addition to the large box, she's also carrying a large two-handed Zweihander sword. Also known as a great sword to those of you who play D&D. Proper name is a Zweihander. Okay, Jim Penn knows. Because it came, I believe Zweihander originally originated from Germany, but it's also commonly used in Sweden, in many Swedish histories. Which Zweihander, if I'm not mistaken, is just literally German for two-handed.
Yeah.
Because it is a large two-handed sword. But yes, you see her, and you also see that she has, deeply golden yellow eyes that glow in the darkness. You see her carrying this large box object. Next to her, walking slightly in front of her, because that individual is walking behind her, slightly in front of her in a long red gown, also pale white skin, bright red lips, and long red hair, with, again, long white fangs. Is this individual? Does anyone remember their exact names out of curiosity? Because I'm curious to see how many of you guys took notes on who you've interacted with in the past.
We have Sophia Casimir and Margot Dumas. Wait, no. Wrong person. This is second.
You were correct on the first name. Do you remember which one Sophia was?
Sophia is the Duchess.
You got it. So, Duchess Sophia Casimir of the Casimir family. Very important, very wealthy, very old family in Baldur's Gate. Do you remember what the name of her escort knight was?
Why is that not in my list of notes? I know we went through it.
Do it, Kiri. I believe in you.
This is T.
Give you a hint. It sounded Russian, just like Sophia Casimir. Because I use the same nomenclature for both of them.
No, that one's a tiefling, so that's not her. Oh no. Why do my notes not have her?
It's fine, I can just tell you.
Because I know for a fact it's not Rose Thorn.
No, that's a mercenary that you guys ran into a while back.
Mm-hmm. But at the very least, we know the name of the noble, the Duchess.
Yes. Lady Katya.
Katya, that's it.
Katya. Katya. Not Katya, as some people have misunderstood when I've said it. It's Katya. It's Russian. Slavic, technically. She arrives. Both of them arrive, I should say. Both of them arrive. And the Duchess gives a small curtsy. And looking to you, Arcanos Unformed, because you are the first mate, says, I was informed that your captain has arrived and is ready to depart first thing in the morning.
So,
may we board your ship?
yes. Welcome aboard the
Mission
Stormbreaker.
has been received, and she up to the gangplank, onto the ship where you are standing, Captain. She goes, so good to see you, dear Captain.
So good to see.
I was beginning to worry that something had happened to you. You've been gone for
so good to
several
see you too.
days.
So good to see you too, Duchess. I apologize. Our side trip took a little longer than we thought,
So it seems.
but we are back, and we shall depart first thing tomorrow morning.
Excellent. I look forward to it. Where shall my lady escort here place our belongings? We don't need much, just somewhere dark and quiet.
Question: do we still have Creed's room?
I think technically Dr. Ice uses Creed's room.
I can move out of that for I can move out of her
Vacated it.
time being.
Remind me, did his room have a window?
Can we open up the ship map again?
That's what I'm pulling up. I'm looking. No, it didn't. Not as far as I could see.
Alright, and actually,
There's probably a background scent of blood in the room.
Why would there be a background sense of blood?
Well, ship doctor.
But yeah, his was in the four parts, the forecastle part of the ship. So number 5's for the senior officers. But when Creed stopped sleeping, he kind of vacated that room and kind of gave it to Dr. Ice. Which he actually did before he even stopped sleeping, because I believe Creed took up residence down in the lower hold with the rest of the crew for a little while, and then he stopped sleeping. But yeah, I do not believe there's any window in those rooms. They're nice private rooms, but there's no window.
Yeah, I can't see anything that looks like windows either.
The captain's quarters, though, has windows.
Obviously.
Toward the rear of the ship.
Yeah.
So, and because it's accessed through like a hallway into a back room, it is actually quite dark without some form of light source back there. So it would fit the parameters of quiet and dark, since it is a private room and it has no light source. It has no way for sunlight to enter, for obvious reasons.
To make sure that we successfully go down safely, I'll have the hooded lantern, but I'll have the hood activated so that it barely gives off any light. Actually, what exactly does
As a reminder, it's in the forecastle, so like there's no going down. It's actually the door is right there on the main deck. If you look, see, this is the main deck. The door to get to that room is right here.
Okay.
Yeah, because over here, that goes to the lower decks, which are down here. This is where your junior officers hang out.
Alrighty. So, I will happily give her my room. Give those two my room.
Which is, I assume, a discussion that had already been arranged ahead of time,
Yes.
so it's already been taken care of and presentable.
Yes.
So, Lady Katya will then take this large, heavy object that she's carrying into the room and just it like slams to the ground with a heavy thud as she like lowers it to the ground. Because the thing is like it's freaking massive. It's big enough that two people, if it was able to get into, two people could get into it. Yeah, and I'm sure you guys can figure out what it is.
Oh yes.
Toy, because it's fun to me.
Yeah.
After Lady Katya sets the coffin down, and as they're ready, opening it up and making sure it's good, I will use Druidcraft.
She didn't open it up. She didn't uncover it. She just sat it on the ground.
Oh, okay, she just set it on the ground. Okay. So with that, I will use Druidcraft and produce a dozen roses. 6 will be red and 6 will be black.
Oh. Roll me persuasion with advantage.
6. Inspiration.
Wow. You can if you want. If you want to burn inspiration on it.
19.
as you druidcraft several roses into the room, I just have her on this plan so I can access her a little easier. She looks at you and she goes, "Oh, aren't you quite the charm?" And she takes one of the roses and I see that decorum is not lost upon your crew, Captain. This is most excellent. It is quite difficult to acquire good staff nowadays.
Ain't that the truth? Yes, that is true. Yes, ma'am.
For these murderers and hobos, we are quite civilized as pirates, if you will.
Civilized gentlemen pirates. An interesting dichotomy.
Sometimes, in order to solve a problem,
When will dinner be prepared? While we do not eat food that you do, we would be remiss to not attend the dinner hosted by the captain, as is tradition. Ty, you're very aware of this. It is quite traditional that the first night a guest is aboard your ship, the captain would dine with them. He would invite them to sit at his table and dine with them, as is traditionally polite.
Of course, makeshift chef is very skilled in cooking. She's been cooking for a long time, and no one complains. Mostly because the food is very, very good.
We'll have to take your word for it, as we don't eat that food anymore. But we would be honored to attend the social events. Essentially, they are going to show up and do social eating, which is they're at the table while you are eating, and they are not, because they don't eat your food. It's gross to them. They're vampires, as I will remind you all.
Yeah.
yes. This is going to be me thinking to myself.
I like the deficit of this. I am thinking to myself in my own mind. This is not out loud.
With a medical check, could I estimate which species blood would taste good if it came best from a goblet?
Very impressive concept. I like it.
Roll me a medicine check. On that one, that's an interesting question. With a 19, no, fuck it. We're gonna go with the 20. It's a higher number because I feel like you really should know this kind of shit. You know that while you've never drank blood from a goblet, because that's what freaky people do and vampires, if you're not a vampire, that's what crazy people do. You know that there are many things that happen when blood is drained into various open containers. It usually gets congealed, it dries out, it turns to a darker color. It does not, contrary to popular belief, it does not flow like fucking water. That shit gets real sticky and clumpy and attaches to things.
Yeah.
But using some of your herbs, you keep it preserved enough to keep it much more liquid. My question to you is, whose blood are you putting in these goblets?
I'll put my blood.
Aarakocra blood.
A delicacy.
It is a rare and exotic vintage that many vampires have never had.
You better hope they don't get a taste for it and come after you in the middle of the night.
Yeah, really. You eventually got sleep. They
I assume
don't.
you're not slicing your arm open in front of them. You're doing this somewhere else.
You're doing this
Pouring it
elsewhere.
into some goblets. My assumption is that Dr. Ice will not be attending the dinner, given the fact that he'll probably be recuperating from blood loss.
And the smell of my blood is
Essentially,
being calming.
you're doing the equivalent of donating your blood to like fucking Red Cross or whatever. So you're going to be somewhere in the back room with like a cookie and some juice.
Yep.
Dr. Leibowitz has got to have like a cold press to your head because you had to put enough. You had to essentially drain enough blood. Red Cross are very thin. They're bird people. They're very small. They don't have a lot of blood to give. And you had to give enough for 2 vampires. So you're a little woozy. Give me a con save. Give me a con save.
So someone who's been to the hospital for blood loss, that's actually fun.
You're a big guy. You're a big guy. He's a tiny guy. 15. You're a little woozy. You are functionable, but every time you get up, the room starts to kind of get a little dizzy.
So somewhere between like the first stages of exhaustion and not quite there.
The early stages of anemia. Blood loss.
Well,
Because again, you're essentially a 1 pound person who gave half a pound of blood. You know, like think about that for a moment. Again, like aircraft are birds. They're very small. They're very thin. Like your arms and legs are like chicken legs. They're like fucking this thin.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of fluid built up in there.
That's why you gotta marinate them better. That way they're not dry.
Exactly.
I'm gonna need a bunch of
You
iron-rich
do
food.
get 2 goblets worth of blood out of your ass and have somebody else take care of that because you are. If you had to, you could get up and get shit done, but
Not
in
most
the
coordinated.
absence of an emergency, you probably want to go sit. You
Yeah.
probably want to go.
I got you.
She's a very kinky girl. I'm actually filled with
This-
blood.
Mhm.
That was my favorite.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm full of blood. Not Kool-Aid.
Great. Now I want some Kool-Aid.
In addition to the captain, who obviously will be there, who else would be at this dinner? This private dinner, because it would be hosted in the captain, by the captain in the captain's quarters, is where it would be traditionally. Not amongst the rest of the group. This would be a private dinner.
Not me. Not me. Not me. Not
Definitely
me.
not Rob. Rob's a deckhand.
Oh no, he's a deckhand. He's probably
Yeah, the only people who would be there would be senior staff.
So that'd be like Arcanus.
probably
Argus and Thorn
Arcanist.
probably the only one else who would be there. It does Argus run for a 10. Because he does. Sorry,
Yes.
she does not have to. The captain has to be there, but the first mate does not. However, gotta be wise.
Yeah, I will be
He
there.
just comes out of a corner. Hi.
I mean, Rob could be there serving the people. So he would not be dining with them.
Well, that's only.
So like, Kiri, Dr. Ice could pull Rob aside and be like, drinks his juice, hands you 2 goblets of red liquid and says, go take this to the ladies.
Take this to the
Doesn't
ladies.
tell you shit, he just says, take this to the Duchess and her escort.
He'll come up there. Compliments of the doctor.
As you guys are eating, Drusilla creates a slightly fancier meal than her standard fare, which is usually filling but not too rich, because you don't want to go too rich when you're sailing, obviously, because then all of it comes back up. But she went, because you're not leaving till the next morning,
Above and
she
beyond.
went a little bit richer but not too heavy rich, because you're still sleeping on the ship. So somewhere between super fancy and standard fare, she found that middle ground. That's the kind of dinner she serves. She splurged a little bit in your food supply for this, because you are, of course, hosting a duchess. In case those of you are wondering, in the peerage, those of you who don't know the English peerage, duchess or duke is 1 rank below king. Just want to throw that out there. There are 5 ranks of the peerage. She's number 5. That's, again, below the king. As it goes, Baron is the lowest one. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, or Marquess, however you wish to pronounce it, and then Duke.
And looking it up just in case.
So she's at the top part. And unlike the others that would be referred to as my lady or my lord, dukes and duchesses are referred to as my grace, or by their proper title, like Duke of Wellington or whatever. As you present these, and she takes them, she takes this goblet and just, much like a person that is like a wine connoisseur takes a wine glass, and they smell it, they waft it, they kind of like air it a bit. She takes a small sip. She tastes it for a moment, and she goes, "Your crew has excellent taste."
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pun
I will
intended.
let the doctor know.
This is.
But his
welcome.
selection was good.
She goes, "I can't quite place this taste. I don't believe I've had this vintage. Given the nature of those that are on your ship, I could probably make a few guesses on who this might be. You certainly know how to host a duchess, Captain."
Right. She still thinks there's also the tiefling. She knows that she was there, but has left before she came back.
She may or may not have found out that he's left since then. She doesn't know. But she knows you have a lot of exotic people on the ship. From goblinoids to drow to an Aarakocra to a half-orc to a gnoll. You don't know how many of these people she has ingested the blood of, or these types of races or species or ethnic groups or whatever terminology one wants to use. You don't know how much or whom of these types of people she has consumed from. But you definitely know she hasn't had Aarakocra based on her statement, because she doesn't recognize the vintage, as she would word it. The knight, Lady Katya, she doesn't do the same, like, with wafting of it or whatever. She's not nearly as fancy. She is a knight, after all. She does take the goblet. She kind of smells it a little bit and drinks it. But she has not said a word, nor has she stopped angrily glaring at everyone on this ship since she's gotten here. The Duchess has been nothing but polite and cordial. Lady Katya has been mean-mugging you guys for the entire time she's been there. Because I rolled to see how annoyed they were at having to wait. Duchess didn't care. The Knight, on the other hand, shows very obvious signs of, how dare you make my lady wait on you. Anyone with a good enough passive insight has probably figured that out, because she's not making any secret of her displeasure at you.
I think I
Duchess,
actually
on the other
got
hand,
it.
has been nothing but cordial and polite.
Yep.
I can't exactly say anything. She's preferring the right recap.
She could be like, it's like, honestly, she can be mad all she fucking wants. It's still your fucking ship.
Yeah. It doesn't mean we can't toss her overboard. Just she's actually right. But
Nice gift. I like that you got an actual vampire too. That character's a vampire. If I remember correctly, True Blood, I think it was the name of the show. That's Eric, the once Viking warlord. But yeah, that's your evening of. We'll pass in small talk. If there's anything specific in this scene you would like to accomplish, Jimpan and Ty, feel free.
we have a long trip. We just want to wine and dine.
She will remark on the state of your crew and your ship. She says that she goes, "This is a fine crew. Your ship is most well maintained." I noticed that the tiefling gentleman is not attending with us. Is he ill or just not proper for fine dining?
Other things to do.
If you talk about, she's talking about Dr. Ice, right?
Oh, Master
No,
Creed.
she said the tiefling.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear because of my air conditioner.
Yeah.
Yes,
She said tiefling. She's referring to Master Creed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Master Creed had to step off the ship for personal reasons. He'll be back when he has to. He'll be back once the business is finished. So sadly, we won't be seeing him for a while.
So you're saying your ship is without a first mate?
Say again?
So you're saying your ship is without a first mate? Interesting, Captain.
Oh no, we have a first
Yes,
mate. I pointed at Organized Line for him.
Your quartermaster had been promoted. And I assume the hobgoblin, who had not been given a name to the face yet, is the new quartermaster based on where she was standing. Very fine armor. Wouldn't you say, Katja? She just goes, "Yes, my lady. It was well maintained. She's very obviously a warrior." Indeed. You have a good crew. Your helmsman is also quite a strong, strapping man. Long, strong arms. Sure, he can wrap a man quite well in them. Perhaps a woman.
Guess I got lucky, but yeah, I wouldn't trade this crew for anything.
So, you treasure your crew. Well, that's good. It's good to have loyal servants and crewmen. It's good to have good
how
help.
can I possibly expect my crew to be loyal to me if I'm not loyal to my crew?
A most excellent choice of words. To gain loyalty, you must give loyalty. Fine points. And she kind of like holds up her goblet for a toast.
And I hold up my wine glass for a toast as well.
Ding. She is careful not to accidentally spill her drink into your drink, obviously, because that would ruin your wine. Which is what originally a toast was intended to do, where the host would tip his wine glass into everyone else's wine glass, in case one of his guests poisoned him. Well, now everybody's got poison in their wine. That was what, I shit you not, that was originally what toasting was for. It was, if I, the host, am poisoned, everybody fucking dies.
If I'm going down, taking everyone down with me and going down the blaze of glory.
Yeah. She's careful not to do that, though, due to the fact, one, she's not the host, but two, she drinks blood, and you all are drinking wine, I assume.
Yeah.
That would be not great for your wine glasses. But it's still, she says, to good loyalty. Ting.
To good loyalty.
As well as future business prospects. Loyal business.
But of course. Of course.
And she continues sipping her blood wine. Her literal blood wine. Blood wine is, fun fact, is the name of an actual wine. Yeah, blood wine. These fucking names. These gifts.
I guess Curry has some right for us.
I assume he when he found the first one, he linked into a bunch of other ones, and so he's been using those.
True Blood is not watch for images when you need them.
I mean, it's a show about vampires, so like, there's a lot of shots of liquid in containers, wine glasses, stuff like that. Like, these are the kinds of things that you would expect in any kind of medium, like a TV show, that involves fucking vampires. Like, if you didn't have shots like this fucking wine glass and, with presumably wine or possibly blood being poured into it, well, then it wouldn't be a good vampire show, now would it? Like, it's
correct.
Like required.
That's correct.
And the evening Dinner passes. Eventually, you guys go to bed, presumably. And
I probably passed out in like the doctor's office.
like on the exam table, you're just out with like a little juice, with like a happy cookie and a juice box. Just
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Just remember, they're coming for you. They've tasted your blood.
Like
They want
trust
more.
me, I did the same thing while I was hospitalized.
yeah. Speaking of which,
I'm just hoping that they don't smell the blood coming from the doctor's office. It smells just like it. Well, that would have to give him a reason to go
Dr.
back.
Ice, roll me a perception check, please.
Oh boy.
26?
You awaken with two vampires standing over you, one of going, so he's the one that was in the goblet. Oh, we're sorry. Did we awaken you?
No, you didn't. But it is always fun.
We smelled what we thought was the same vintage of what we drank this evening. We were curious as to whom it was.
I thought you would appreciate it.
It was certainly a taste rarely tasted. We do appreciate it. You have a good night, dear doctor.
Thank you. Have a lovely evening yourself, Lady Katya.
And your world goes to black and darkness as you fall asleep. As they put you to sleep.
Now comes the fun part. Do I wake up still in the doctor's office? Or do I wake up in a coffin? Having my blood meal.
All you know is you went unconscious. As she was like, you have a nice evening, go back to sleep. And you just go to sleep. Powers of blood loss and suggestion from vampires of charmingness. It's just like, and you're unconscious. Does anyone other than Drusilla and the rest of the night crew stay up during the night?
No.
No to you. Captain, Arcanus.
I'll probably be sleeping, getting ready to set sail tomorrow morning.
Now, does anyone have any anti-vampiric things upon their room or on their person in case they have some nighttime visitors?
No, because I don't have any.
No.
I steal one clove out of the kitchen.
I'm pretty certain.
What out of the kitchen?
One clove of garlic.
I'm pretty certain. You know what I'm actually going to
check.
A what check?
Stealth check.
I can actually do that. It's yes. Come on, get down to work. Come on. Well, Drusilla catches me.
What'd you get?
And that one.
Cool. You rummage around in her kitchen for several minutes trying to find the fucking garlic. Not only do you not find the garlic, when you turn around, Drusilla is literally standing directly behind you. You didn't hear her walk in. She's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Do you have any
What are
garlic?
you doing in my kitchen?
Do you have any garlic?
Of course I have garlic. Why do you need garlic in the middle of the night?
Do you not know what's on our ship?
Meanwhile, the captain just like, yo, just garlic. Here you go. I just walk off.
She goes... She opens a pantry that was less than a foot away from where you were searching, pulls out a clove of garlic, and she goes, here, this will keep them at bay. Grabs your mouth, opens it, just shoves the whole garlic in, and just shuts your mouth. For anyone who's ever eaten a raw garlic clove, you can imagine how this tastes.
It burns.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes.
It also makes your breath smell incredibly disgusting if you do not enjoy the smell of raw garlic.
In other words, after this long trip, she's going to bust. Robert's going to brush his teeth at least 20 times.
Not that his breath was all that pleasant to begin with, being that you're a bunch of smelly pirates, but he now at least is masked by the smell of heavy garlic.
No better, and I'm going to go to the water bucket, drink me some water, and go to bed.
Excellent. As you're on the way there, you do pass by them. You see both of them go. You see their noses twitch as they take a breath in as you walk by, and you notice that they keep about 5 feet away from you because you smell bad to them. You're just like, without making it obvious, they give you a wide berth. Are you staying up through the night, or are you also going to bed?
If they need anything.
They say, other than just the pleasant night's air, they are perfectly fine.
I will go to bed. If you need anything, I will be over there.
Right down the hallway, yeah. Now, out of curiosity, whose room is whose? Who of the 2 5s?
Mine was the top one.
This is
Top one? Okay.
This is mine.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So you're right
This
down
is
the hallway
nice.
from. You're right down the hallway from.
My neighbor.
Yeah. Whereas their door is immediately in front of that door. To the outer door. Because originally it made more sense that the first mate would have fastest and easiest access to the outside, whereas the quartermaster was down the hallway. You could, of course, have changed these housing arrangements, or just said, "Nah, I don't care. I like my current room down the hallway, left alone, less accessible and bothersome."
She wants all her fancy things to remain fancy throughout this adventure.
Yeah.
She collected throughout this adventure.
Which could easily move to any other room, but still. What I was about to say was that they thank you, and they say that if they do require anything, you will be the first to know, being that you are the most nearest creature to them, being right down the hallway from them, next door. Dr. Ice, you passed out, and Rob went to bed. So, other than Drusilla, who I need her to make me a wisdom save, please.
Oh no, they're trying to seduce her.
Who's rolling for this Drusilla?
Yeah, it's wisdom. DC 17 wisdom save for Drusilla, please.
No, who's rolling for Drusilla?
I don't know. Maybe he's rolling.
I can do that. Wisdom save.
Yes, wisdom save.
16.
Ooh.
So things happen in the night that you guys are not aware of, and you won't worry about that. The next morning comes. You all awaken. The ship is prepared to leave. Obviously, the Duchess and her knight escort is nowhere to be seen anywhere at all on the deck when the sun comes up.
And we press as our normal pirate get up.
Drusilla and the night crew greet you, and they're like, "Good morning, Captain."
Good morning. Anything happened throughout the night?
Other than a very pleasant conversation with your guest that we kept entertained throughout the night, no, nothing else happened.
Alright, is the ship ready to go?
Captain, it is ready to leave upon your orders.
Alright. It's been a month. I forgot where we're actually going with them.
Baldur's Gate is where they're from.
Thank you. Alright, crew, set out the Golden Gates.
Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
Your ship travels at the speed of a first-rate ship. Presumably, you are traveling at a normal pace, or
we're normal pace. We're not going
or a slow pace.
no normal pace. We're not exactly going to do that
Please
go down
don't
as
make me
fast as
keep
possible.
donating blood. Please don't make me keep donating blood.
No.
I mean, my assumption would be that if there were volunteers, there'd be a rotation of volunteers.
How often do a vampire need to drink blood?
That's a good question. Who are you asking this?
I ask.
Myself. I want to roll a
Because-
dice. Give me an Arcana check. Vampires are magically, are magical, unnatural creatures. You are the Arcanist. You would have the best chance of knowing this answer. Other than maybe your druid. So both of you, Kiri, roll me a nature check. Jimpan, roll me an Arcana.
22.
Damn. Jimpan, what'd you get? Because I don't think it's good. 10. You don't know shit about vampires.
I'll take my chances, even though Arcana's a joke.
Gary with the 22, vampires for one thing. Normally you're not super great about undead in general, being a druid of the natural world and whatnot. Undead are a abomination. And it wasn't you, Ty. You are not trained in Arcana to know this information. You have no idea.
Aww.
Yeah, it was only your two experts in this field, and your Arcanist, your arcane field master failed, but your nature guy might.
But the nature guy and the person have no idea. Oh, boy.
Bobby's trained in it.
Wait a minute, you actually are trained in it?
Rob is.
He's an arcane archer.
Right, he is.
I'm sorry, even though you're trained, you're gonna have to tell me how in the hell would this motherfucker know a damn thing about vampire dietary habits?
Oh yeah, this could be a good story for the couple of minutes.
He finds dirty books in the various port towns.
You hear
I'll tell you this: if you can explain to me how a random ass fucking pirate knows the dietary habits of vampires, I'll let you roll.
Because at least the captain could get rid of. I've been around because I've been around. So I know what you might do.
NPC right now, anyhow. So.
Okay, I was about to say, that sounds like some far-fetched bullshit that I'm smelling. Now,
But I am trained in knowledge arcana, thanks to my
that
time.
is phenomenal. Let me go ahead and get your correct ambience here going. But Kiri, normally you, as a druid, you'd normally not be super keen about undead, especially those of vampires. They are abominations of nature. They go against the natural order of things. But you do know that depending on the age of the vampire will depend on how long they can go before they must feed again. But generally, a vampire can go several nights without having to feed, depending on circumstances. If it's a regular day, if they don't wake up from their daytime slumber hungry, or don't have to get into any situations that would increase that hunger, such as somebody bloodletting in front of them, or them being wounded and having to regenerate or fight, or generally just being irritable at something that causes their inner vampirism to come to the forefront, which makes them hungrier and more likely to start begging and drinking people dry. As long as none of those situations happen, they can go at least a couple nights without having to drink, and generally a few pints of blood is more than enough to stave off any hunger problems. The thing about vampires, though, that you know is that they're always hungry. The only way to truly be full is to drain someone, which obviously that means someone dies. That's the very last beating heart of the blood is the only thing that ever makes a vampire. That's what you know with a fucking 22. But short of that, you can at least make them not go into a feeding frenzy from starvation where they grab whoever is nearby and then just fucking straight drain them. by making sure they're well kept with some minor supply of blood.
Yes.
Now, that's presuming they don't have their own means of feeding themselves on hand. You don't know what the hell they have with them. But
I'm not going to check and find out.
you are or not?
Not.
Okay. I say,
I'm not
you're going to go to
suicide.
the room in the middle of the fucking day?
Good God, no.
You're a brave man. You're a very
Oh,
brave
boy.
British man.
I just hope I assume that they have ways of feeding themselves that does not involve sucking all the crew dry.
Well, keep in mind, there's 40 people on this ship, and only 2 of them. You can easily maintain their. They can easily maintain their diet without any risk to possible harm to your people, because they can go several days without having to eat or drink blood, and combine that with the fact that I say days, nights. They can go several nights without having to drink blood, and they don't have to do it from the same person every time.
I just had a
Some
terrifying
of your
Like-
people can rotate out.
Like Master of the Forum, Arcanist.
How about no blood?
Alright, if they need blood, have one of the crew members give them blood to an extent and pay them a bonus.
Yeah. I will talk to them later when I wake up. So
And that's only if like they need blood or we're just gonna have a bunch of problems.
I just had a thought. Considering how well Azil can smell blood, I'm surprised he didn't visit me in the night.
How do you know he didn't? You weren't awake the whole night. In fact, speaking of Azil, 1 second. You awake with him sleeping on top of you like a cat. He is like on top of you. He is crushing you because he is easily 3 times your size.
Good
Ezio only sleeps for a few hours of the night. He's usually awake all the time because, imagine like a really rambunctious child that has way too much high energy and is running around all the fucking time. That's Ezio if that child grew up to an adult and never changed. Because, much like a vampire, gnolls are also always hungry, but their hunger drives them to sleeplessness. The only time they are capable of true sleep is when they are super full, and they are almost never enough food on hand for a gnoll to be super full. Like a pack of gnolls to be completely full, they would have to like slaughter a whole fucking village and like eat everyone. And then they'd go into a food coma because they would sleep for several days, and then they'd get up and be hungry again and go off and do their gnoll stuff.
Why am I picturing now Malcolm before the tournament of power? when he got into a food coma just before everyone departed.
But you awake with Ezio like on top of you because he thought you looked like a cool place to hang out. You don't know how long he's been there. Probably not too long, because you probably would have woken up from the lack of air that your tiny bird chest has been crushed out of.
Good morning, Azil.
He immediately snaps to awake. He goes, "Hi! Is it time to eat already?"
Did you sleep well?
Yes. No. I never sleep well. What is sleep? I was resting. What am I doing? Where am I? Oh, yes. I was supposed to be hunting rats. I have to go do that.
Don't let me get in your way.
He immediately just takes off. Again, running around on all fours as he usually does. Ezio very rarely walks upright. He is fully capable of doing so. Gnolls are not dogs. They can walk upright. But he generally, you've noticed, he feels more comfortable on all fours because it's more stable and he's faster and shit.
Oh boy.
Fine, it's the rest of you that's crazy.
What the heck is wrong with this girl?
Same thing is wrong with the rest of you. You're all weird. But Lola is ready to greet you first thing in the fucking morning, bright and early. She was up before anyone other than the Drow. Being that they're elves, they only sleep for 4 hours, and they were up all night, obviously.
Yep.
She presents herself and says, "The ship is ready to set sail upon your command, Captain."
Then let's do so. Set sail.
Excellent. You're on set sail! Setting sail! Shh. During your conversation, though, about the possibility of donating blood to your two guests, Drusilla just does overhear this with her elven ears, and she says, "I'll volunteer some of my blood."
Wait,
Okay.
we're only going to sell blood in limited time. That means if you sell blood once, you're never going to do it again this entire trip.
Not the entire trip. Like you'd pace it out by several days.
Of course, that's
Yeah.
that.
But much like actually donating blood in the real world to like a blood drive, like you would donate a few ounces, and fucking dogs. One dog is like, "I am not happy to be up," and then you would go a few days to replenish. Like if they were to drink from the same person every single night,
They're going to get killed.
that person would eventually die of anemia. If they drank from 3 different people, one each night, so each person is having like 2 to 3 days in between their drinking, then they would be fine, because like you need like a few days or so to replenish blood. Anyone that has done regular blood drives or knows anything about blood, that it does replenish quickly enough. So like if you remember, it's a long trip to Baldur's Gate, so everyone's definitely going to get more than one go if everyone volunteers. Because I will remind you that Baldur's Gate is... Let me have a little drawing tool here. Get my little red thing here. Baldur's Gate is all the way over here. You guys are all the way over here.
This is going to be a long...
Which also means someone has to lock me up in my room during the next full moon. Because there will be a next full moon on the way there.
And as a reminder to... Oh, what's this?
I don't know.
Take
Maybe
my blood! Take my blood! Yeah, that's Drusilla. She's like, "Take my blood!
I think we might have enough
I
time.
volunteer for tribute!"
I believe we'll have enough time to reach the Mayor of the Dead Men before we can have you turn.
Reach the who? The what now?
Mayor of the Dead Men. It's on the way.
Oh, the mere... Oh, yeah, the Mayor of the Dead Men. Okay. I was like, who the fuck? I was like, did someone just out-map knowledge my ass?
I was just remembering how it was pronounced in Neverwinter Nights 2.
Yeah, Mayor of the Dead Men, yeah. You're correct. I forgot that was there, and I had to, like, zoom in, because it's, like, kind of... It was a small script to me. I'm like, where the fuck is he seeing that shit? As a reminder, the typical ship travel fare that they are paying you, unless you guys negotiate a different price for whatever reason, a ship passage is 1 silver piece per mile. As a reminder, each of these hexes, which you guys travel at 6-mile hexes, each of these hexes is 2 hexes, so it's each 12 miles. Just a single hex of travel is 12 miles, which is 12 silver per hex, is what they're paying you. So you're making quite a lot of bank on this, because it's a long goddamn trip all the way to Baldur's Gate.
That it is.
Yep.
Yes.
Mhm.
Good
And
220.
personally, because it is almost 4 o'clock, I think this is a good place
To
to call it the session.
Yep.
We will pick up next time upon your beginning of travel, where you will spend, I don't know the math, but most likely anywhere from 40 to 100 days on a ship with 2 vampires lurking on your ship every night.
We are definitely going to have to figure out a way to handle so upwards of 100 days.
I know y'all. This is gonna show y'all why y'all are gonna miss Cream and his visual at night.
I mean, Drusilla's up every night, and so is all the other night crew, which are primarily Drow.
I'm pretty sure by now. I'm pretty sure by now that they know some sleep spells just for the night for Captain
In fact, I
Tor's
forgot to
full
mention
moon
that as an elf, Drusilla actually has advantage against charms, just so you guys know.
for Captain Tor's
God.
full moon escapades.
But yeah, Drusilla seemed very enamored with the idea of donating her blood to the cause. I love the van of monkeys with the road trip. That is very much how you guys act a lot. A big truck of monkeys. Road trip!
Well, we are pirates.
Yeah. Bunch of smelly ass pirates with a high class duchess and her knight escort vampiresses. An interesting combination, is it not?
That it is.
So, did y'all have fun? Any questions, comments, concerns?
Nope.
I'm just amazed we managed to pull off the social stuff.
That was pretty amazing, considering most of you are social Neanderthals.
Yeah.
Add to it, we still have.
The only sociable person here, also interestingly enough, has no proficiency in most of the social skills, but makes up for it by just having a really good charisma.
Yeah.
And that's how I make up the other knowledge skills that I don't have with the intelligence.
If you have a
skills.
fairly decent intelligence, because you're not proficient in most of them.
Yeah.
I guess just me looking bad. I guess me looking bad. That's just got passed.
Just remember, skill challenge is not about what you know; it's about what you can create.
Yes, who decided to try and dance not with performance but with acrobatics, because he started breakdancing. And turned a ball dance into a rave party. He turns a ball into a rave party.
Hey, if enough people failed, I was going to use my acrobatics to increase the rave party.
What's hilarious is that would only have worked in the Feywild, too. If you had done that in, like, a standard society ball, you would have gotten thrown out. If you didn't roll amazing on the performance art of your breakdancing skills.
I assume about 25 to 30.
The Fae are creatures of chaos. They're creatures of whimsy and indulgence. And, what's the word I'm looking for? Impulse. They're creatures of impulse and chaos. So when you started doing that, several of them were like, let's do it. Because that is what it is to be Fae. They don't think a lot about their actions, at least not most of the time. They just do things. They're a doer.
Rob has no social skills.
That's why he's the dude with the bow. He wants to be as far away from people as possible because he's antisocial. It's like, dude, do you not see my weapon of choice? It's a bow! I distance myself from people for a reason! I can't handle this!
And
that's my headcanon now.
You want to know what? He's more terrifying than he actually got to show off in combat.
Refresh my memory. How many hexes in a day can we travel? Is it 2 or 3? At normal speed.
Let's see. While maneuverability of smaller ships allows them to move quickly around the battlefield, they are unable to keep the speed consistently. While sailing power of larger ship keeps them consistent. And so are greater over long distances. Ships have a travel speed equal to the number of 6-mile hexes they are able to travel in a day, assuming 8 hours of travel. These values are what is referenced in the pilot travel rule, and they are the basis of traveling system, where a full day of travel is the full amount. Because your ship is an interceptor, it has the interceptor feature, your second-rate ship actually travels at the speed of a first-rate ship. So at a normal pace, you travel 7 hexes in an 8-hour period of time. So in one day, you travel 7 hexes. Keep in mind, each of the hexes you see, because they're 12-mile hexes, because I could not find a 6-mile hex map, I only could find, I think it was a 10-mile hex map, so I rounded it to 12. Each of those hexes counts as 2 hexes. So count out each of them, count out 7 hexes. That's how far you can go in a single day. Each of them counting as 2.
2, 3, 4,
Oh,
6, 7. So
2, 4, 6. So you could go 3.5 hexes in one day.
okay.
That's at a normal pace. Slow pace is at 4, and fast pace is 9. But if you're trying at a fast pace, that means no downtime activities can be performed by anybody. Slow paces allow one to do any amount of downtime activities across multiple crews because you only need the bare minimum amount of crew to sail a ship at slow speed, at the slow pace. In the normal pace, it requires the majority of the crew to be working, but the player characters or officers or senior officers are capable, if they choose not to take a travel role, capable of doing downtime activities, but most of your NPCs will be working. Slow pace, only like deckhands are required, bare minimum, and then at a fast pace, everybody got to be working on that ship to keep it going at speed. And travel roles cannot be performed. Meaning, like your lookout ain't doing the lookout job; they're down pulling lines. Other than obviously the helmsman. Helmsman's the only one doing his travel role because he's the one that pilots the fucking ship.
Hmm.
I believe I made a handout about this some while back. It may or may not need to be updated. I'll look at it later. But any questions, comments, concerns?
That's
Nothing
not
I can think of.
my mind right now is some ice cream. Unfortunately, I'm too lazy to go out in 90-degree weather in my high-ass car just to drive 1 block.
So long, my friend. To you as well, Daniel.
Yes,
You will be missed, and whenever you are ready to
you'll be
come back,
missed, but you're going on one of the greatest adventures of all time. We'll see you in a few
Adventure of
months.
Fatherhood.
Just remember, when Creed comes back, he will put discipline back in this crew.
It's gonna show up, be like, what the hell are all these damn chuckle monkeys doing on this ship? Like the whole ship is just complete and utter chaos. It's like, what the hell have you been doing since I've been gone?
Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. First day,
But
Creed versus LaFurland for rights to title of first mate.
but
Yeah.
you will be missed, Daniel, and whenever you are ready to come back, there's always a seat waiting for you.
And needs to say, I will still be recording this on Twitch and YouTube, so you can
So you can show up anytime you have to come back.
so you can show up and know what the hell's going on at all times.
Or choose not to and just show up
And show up
with no
blind.
information and just be like Creed, like, what the hell have you guys been fucking doing? What in God's name have you done to this ship?
Ah,
Alright. You have a good one. I'll see you next time.
Have a
Alright,
good
see you,
one.
Phils.
See ya.
I just killed the stream. Thank you for watching.
See you next
My
week.
truth report.
See you next week.
Thank you very much. Yeah, see you next week, fellows. As soon as I did go, and bye bye.